They think that I just come in there and look for knockoffs, and that's not the case. I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, well, I'm here. Who wanted to fight with me?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighter can beat me.
Demolish everybody, to be honest. Everybody that's in my way. The pinnacle to any weight division is to have all the belts, all of the titles.
Welcome to Bodywork. Welcome back. It's Michael Rogers. Welcome to Bodywork Boxing. It feels so good to be back. How y'all doing out there? I'm hoping everybody's having a wonderful evening, man. It's always a good evening to talk about boxing. And I got a segment, man, that I believe is gonna be packed with what I like to call nutritional value. You know, I always want people to walk away with something in their rucksack. So I always try to give you something that you could put in your rucksack and march on with, man. And I try to live up to the motto of the show, where we don't take things for face value, man. We do body work. So I try to contribute to the sport, man, and give people something to think about, man, because there is a beaten path. I'm pretty strategic at what I do. I put this thing out. I put this thumbnail out and this show out this morning before I went to work, because I know it'll mess with certain people's day, man. I see somebody from the rainbow community had to just, they proved my point, man. They had to just jump right all in it, thinking they're gonna get out there and say some things or do some things, trying to be first. Trying to steal people's thunder, man. It just never ceased to fail, man. I always talking about somebody want to be like them, but it's just like one of them things, man. It's like in his heyday, you remember Shaq in his prime? You know what I'm saying? Remember when you get him in a post, it was nobody could do nothing with him. It was never not nothing no more. You know what I'm saying? When I'm in this boxing talk, doing my thing, it's like I'm like a prime Shaq in the paint. You know what I'm saying? You can't do a damn thing with me. You know what I'm saying? You know what's coming. You know they gonna get me to rock. You can know exactly where I'm going. It's like Randy Moss. He could tell you, hey, I'm about to go. Like Chad Ochocinco in his prime, when he used to tell the DBs, hey man, I'm about to do a quick slant, and ain't nothing you can do about it. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, man, when it comes down to this boxing talk, man. I can tell you exactly what I'm gonna talk about, exactly where I'm gonna go, exactly what I'm gonna do, and ain't nothing you can do about it. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing. Nathaniel. Cookie Monster. Bodywork. AC. Salute. Bodywork. Salute AC. Salute Cookie Monster. Why you a sexy voice tonight? Yeah, you know, I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to, Cookie. But I'm a little excited, man. Let me relax. You know, I wanted to bring some things to light, and you know, the meat and potatoes of this thing is really the whole conversation surrounding one Bakhram murder, Murtazaliev. And I've been noticing some things. I always sit back, man, and I might go back and listen to old episodes or I just reminisce because when you a one man band, you know, aside from, you know, having my co-host, when I have my co-host, but when you're a one man band running the channel and doing everything, you know, you kind of got to go back. You got to critique yourself. And I know I'm always like one of my biggest critics. You know what I'm saying? I want to hold myself to a standard and I judge myself. And I do a lot of things that in the Army, we used to call it an AAR, after actions review. When you say what was supposed to happen, then you say what did happen, and then you say what could you do better the next time. So I was just doing my AARs and over the last couple recent segments, and I was like, man, if you was a newbie coming to the channel, what would a newbie be thinking about the content? I'm like, well, and I started thinking to myself, I'm like, well, if they went back over a period of time, I've always found myself, this is what I've been finding myself doing. I've been covering a lot of the boogeymen. like them ones, you know, you remember, man, them stories and them fables. You know, when they was always saying this porridge is too hot and this porridge is too cold, and it's like, man, come on, man. Like this bed is too hard and this bed is too soft, and this, you know, this is too sweet and this is too spicy. It's like that's exactly what I've been covering. Because I go back and I look at like times when I was covering, and I gave this analogy a long time ago, like back when everybody was on Jordan, I kind of was rocking with Clyde the Glide. You know what I'm saying? I heard somebody try to use that example and flip it the other day. You know what I'm saying? I heard somebody try to use it, but that's just me. I'm always like a Gary Payton. I was on Gary Payton. Like, you know, it was just a lot of people. Like when a lot of people was on Megatron, I used to like a guy like Anquan Bolden, who would come through and catch that thing all hands, and once he grabbed, squeeze, tuck, and dip, you know what I'm saying, he turned into a running back with that rock. But that's just always me. And so in boxing, man, when everybody was always on the beaten path, like the names, the name brand names, because in boxing talk, YouTube pretty much controls the narrative. And I told y'all the other day that a lot of times the one that everybody is shoving down your throat, the one that's everybody saying, no, he's the one, it's always a blue collar guy. It's always a guy that don't have the machine behind him. It's always a guy that's putting in work, that looks scary, but that everybody can use that excuse. Well, who knows him? And what has he done? So I would say to the newbie or to the people that's looking along, what this channel has been doing, and I didn't like cognitively do it, but I've always found ways to highlight the individuals who are getting looked over, getting passed up, people who are getting maneuvered around. One of the biggest examples I can give before I get into my housekeeping, one of the biggest examples I can give recently was Sabril Matias. Like when Sabril Matias, along with Gary Antoine in that division, they were the two boogeymen. But Sabril Matias, he actually sent somebody up to the upper room. So he was like a real, like he was, you talking about certified, you know what I'm saying, documentation, which beats conversation. Yeah, he had that. And at the time I was covering Sabril Matias, a lot of the people would like listen to what I had to say. They would actually get him on for interviews, ask him outlines of questions and interviews based on the videos that I would do. But them videos and the numbers I used to get on them videos, they was jumping like Jordan. And I was covering him and I was saying, you know, why are people not looking to him? Because a lot of people was like, they were looking at Devin. You had your TO fans at the time. And they wasn't really like looking, they wasn't really checking for Sabril. You know, a lot of people kind of like Rolly. They was a little bit on Ryan because this is really before Ryan, you know what I'm saying, put hands and feet on Devin. And I was covering him and I was highlighting like all of the shenanigans that was going around because he wasn't getting a fair shake, especially with him not speaking English. But one thing about good old boxing is, you know, like once you can get somebody to sign that paperwork and y'all can get in the ring, everything else is going to reveal itself. And what wound up happening, in hindsight, what wound up happening was the two boogeymen on the same night that Tank Davis sparked out the ghost, Frank Martin, the two boogeymen lost on the same night. One got outworked by Liam Paro, and one got outpointed and probably, I would say, slightly outboxed by an Alberto Puello. And so people tried to say, they tried to come around in hindsight and say that, oh man, they wasn't really boogeyman. See, was, but that's very, very convenient. And they looked at Sabril a little different after that fight because Liam Paro was able to do that. But let's not forget, Liam Paro sparked out Montana Love. You know what I'm saying? He sparked out Montana Love. And when Richardson Hitchens came along and he beat Liam Paro, who beat the boogeyman, nobody wanted to give him credit. So I'm like, do not be a hindsight as 2020 is when it come down to these boogeymen. To whereas you wait for somebody else to get in the ring, to where they reach down in their pantalones and confirm that they got a set of cojones, and they actually get it on, and they upset the apple cart, or they make a boogeyman not look like a boogeyman, and you try to come in around on the back end and try to steal their thunder. And so that's what the conversation is going to be tonight. It's going to be about Bakhram Murtazaliev and how everybody's pretty much maneuvering around him and how savage he's been, and they're pretty much allowing him to be inactive. Now, in the case with the Charlos, they are inactive. I'm not sure what Mel is doing and what he's waiting on to come back. You know what I'm saying? Because they haven't really been putting out anything. There's been little flashes of things and hints that he's going to come back, but no concrete information, right? Well, he get wore out for being inactive and being out of the media and being quiet, but you got a whole guy in the division who sparked out Tim Tszyu, who has been calling everybody out, wanting to smoke with everybody. The who's who in the division, he's been calling out, and he's been pressing them, and he's still not getting the publicity that he needs. So that's really what I'm going to do. So in hindsight, that's what I really been doing. It's a lot of time when people been going like Tito Mercado right now. He's going under the radar. The way they did Jermaine Ortiz, or we're doing a guy like Jermaine Ortiz. He's kind of going under the radar. You know, there's a lot of people. There's a few people in these different divisions that are pretty dangerous, that can pretty much get with your favorite fighter, but for whatever reason, they're not getting the shine that they deserve or the attention that they deserve because the media and the powers that be are trying to force these commodities down your throat because of affiliation, likes, clicks, views, super chats, cash apps, donations, clout, and all the etc. But let me get down to this. Let me get down to this housekeeping. Let me get down to this housekeeping. The first one, Max Kellerman is the latest in-pocket Turkey affiliate. Yeah, Max Kellerman, man. Like, let me show y'all what this look like, man. Max Kellerman, man. He's the latest guy to get in pocket with Turkey. And y'all gonna know what I mean, because they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So let me. His twin, salute, Bodywork in chat, salute his twin, salute. So these are the people, man. This is what I mean when I say in pocket. These are the people that are in pocket with old Turkey. Um, Max Kellerman to call TKO's Zuffa Boxing on Paramount. Kellerman has long-standing ties with the TKO leaders who are involved in Zuffa Boxing. This came out on Monday around 11:37 a.m. by Ryan Glass-Steagall. It got a picture of dumbass Max Kellerman holding a microphone. And I guess this was the night of the Canelo Crawford fight. Max Kellerman is adding another role to his boxing responsibilities. Kellerman will be on the call for Zuffa Boxing, sources told Front Office Sports. Zuffa is a collaboration between Saudi official Turki Al-Sheikh and TKO Group, and recently signed a 5-year deal with CBS Sports parent Paramount. Adding Zellerman to the package will be a factor in making the fights feel like big productions, if you say so. Kellerman has long-standing ties with the TKO leaders who are involved in the project. He was one of WWE President Nick Khan's closest clients when Khan was a super agent at CAA and has had a strong relationship with UFC boss Dana White, dating back to when Kellerman was one of the first big mainstream sports media personalities to speak positively about the MMA promotion. Kellerman was also on the call for Canelo Alvarez Terence Crawford mega fight in September, which was another partnership between Al-Sheikh and TKO. This event was promoted by Riyadh Season and aired on Netflix. Furthermore, Kellerman hosts Inside the Ring, a show produced by Al-Sheikh's Ring magazine and Peyton Manning's Omaha Productions, with boxing insider Mike Coppinger and former NFL star LaShawn McCoy on the Zone. You know, all of those guys are in pocket. It was not a big surprise if it would not be surprising if Kellerman, a former ESPN talent, also adds a general sports talk show to his docket in the coming months. So he might get a sports show. Zuffa's boxing deal with Paramount begins in January. There will be a 12 fight nights in the first year. They will all air on Paramount Plus, and it's possible some will be simulcast on CBS Broadcast Network. The goal is for boxers to build their profiles in Zuffa and ultimately earn spots on the big fight cards like Canelo Crawford. I pitch UFC to everybody and I pitch boxing to everybody. This is how it turned out, and they're separate deals, but the relationship with Paramount already has been incredible. White told FOS's Eric Fisher in September, right from the beginning, we've completely gelled and it's only going to get better. So Max is now in pocket. You know what I'm saying? He's totally in pocket with Turki Al-Sheikh, along with Mike Coppinger, Akin Barak, and Tim Bradley, man. He's desperately trying to climb and get in the pockets of Turki Al-Sheikh, you know, because I think he want that turkey bag, man. And he'd be looking kind of sad because he's been online here lately doing his best showbiz impersonation, making his eyes big, talking all goofy and dumb like he just got off the plantation. And I'm like, man, here's another guy in Max Kellerman where you're not going to get anything that's not, you know, pretty much biased or not nothing slanted towards, you know, a certain faction. You know, as long as you're getting down with Turkey, they want to promote you, whatever. It might be a little. They might give people that's coming from top rank a little, you know, maybe. They might get a pass. Definitely the people from the Zone, they're going to get a pass. And just like Akin Barak, LaShawn McCoy, Mike Coppinger, they all going to be biased. And so he's another guy. He's the latest addition to Turkey's pocket, even though I don't really be pocket watching. You know what I'm saying? But moving to the next thing. Eddie's Matchroom cycle. Eddie got a cycle with Matchroom, man. I want y'all to understand this, and this is gonna kind of make sense with some of the things that we're gonna go over tonight, you know, and we're gonna get into. But all I can say is, like, y'all know how the other day I was talking about the law firm of Diego Pacheco and Tito Mercado. I was talking about the law firm of Pacheco and Mercado, with Pacheco being like who I see as one of the guys, one of the future guys at 68. You know what I'm saying? He's tall, he's rangy, he fight behind the jab, he can box people's head off. He just came off of a victory over what's the mullet man name? He gave Caleb Plant all that he wanted. Trevor McCumbee. So he had a Steven Nelson. He went the distance. Before that, he had a Magic Selecki. Before that, he had a Sean McCalman. And he's been building Diego Pacheco, and Pacheco has been headlining. So with him winning unanimous decision over Trevor McCumbee, Diego Pacheco has either been TKOing, KOing, or UDing everybody. That's the kind of fighter he is. And he's getting ready to fight a guy named Kevin Saggio, 26-0 with 23 knockouts. Who knows Kevin Saggio? Outside of name and staying abreast of information, who really knows him? I mean, I was looking up his resume. He looked familiar, but I was looking at his resume and I don't know anybody. I don't think I know a soul on his resume. And needless to say, that's Diego Pacheco's next victim, dare I say, but that's not the only thing. He recently signed Ben Whitaker. And who knows who Ben Whitaker is about to fight? He's getting ready to fight a guy named Benjamin Gavazzi. Benjamin Gavazzi. (19-1), 13 KOs, light heavyweight. He got a 68% knockout rate. He's 30 years old. He's German. And when I look back at his resume, I don't know a soul on his resume. He even fought the same dude twice. Alexander Kuvak twice, 2 4-rounders back-to-back, unanimous decision. And this guy was 11-52 and 11-53 back in 2018. He made his debut in 2018. So this is the thing with Eddie, man. And so I'm trying to paint a picture for y'all to where procuring talent and getting the talented names under his regime, under his control, cool. Promoting the guys, talking about them like they're the best thing since sliced bread, that's another thing. Cool. Matching these guys up and getting in the fights that everybody want to see him in, and he's never on it, man. So he got my man Diego Pacheco fighting a rough, rugged customer, but nobody knows him. You know what I'm saying? They said the guy that Boost just fought was supposed to be rough, rugged customer, but that looked more like a cherry pick that got obliterated. When you got Ben Whitaker, gold medalist, fighting a guy named Gavazzi Benjamin from Germany. A lot of people saying that A lot of people saying that Boots, with all of the talk and all of the, all of the back and forth, that he's aiming for Virgil, and that's the fight that everybody want. But a lot of people are saying that he's pretty much gonna get with a box. That's what's happening. Matchroom got a problem. Eddie got a problem, man, when it comes down to matching these people. Diego Pacheco was overrated. Demetrius Andre would knock out Pacheco. Diego Pacheco is a duck. Coach Eddie, you got your picks, Coach Eddie. You got your picks. I could tell that, man. You like who you like, which I don't got no problem with, but I don't think Diego Pacheco is overrated. You know what I'm saying? He just beat a guy that gave Caleb Plant all he wanted handily. UD. He beat Bud's guy, handled him. I seen him beat an awkward dude and Sean McCalman, who better than what his resume or what people would think looking at him. Better than that awkward dude, strong, sturdy, fundamental in his style. Handled him. You know what I'm saying? He had a little challenge, but for the most part, handled him. And I think he's on pace. You know, I want him to start stepping up the competition. But like, this is the thing with Eddie, man. This is what you get. This is the kind of diet you get. You most of the time, you may know the guy that Eddie matched you up with, but you're not going to know anybody on that guy's resume. And he's making a habit out of doing this. Right? Let's go on to the last piece of information. News from buffoons. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to be cautious of this news from buffoons, man. There's a lot of people out here that talk boxing, man, and they come out with a lot of news. A lot of it is plagiarized, right? Meaning that they're borrowing somebody else's thoughts and ideas. A lot of it is hindsight is 2020, meaning that they're always right once everything is over and said and done. Right? A lot of it's flippy floppy, to where one day they're on one side, the next day they're on the other side, and they play that game. It's like playing table tennis or tennis. They just keep hitting the ball over. One day they on this side, the next day they're on this side. You know, just like when you hear everybody doing this breakdown with Devin Haney and Brian Norman. There's not really much more to unfold because you're only going to know so much about training camp. Unless somebody come out with some information where they got dropped in training camp, like how Lubin pretty much dropped Edgar Berlanga. Like, unless you're coming out hearing that, it's not really going to change what's going on. As long as both of the camps go through healthy. How you see the fighters and what they're going to be doing, like, it's nothing that you're going to be privy to in training camp that's going to tell you that, oh, man, tomorrow I'm going to have Brian Norman, you know, or tomorrow, man, yeah, like what Tim Bradley been doing. This is news from buffoons, man. This is what they do. You know, they don't really qualify the information. They piggyback. If somebody come out and they say something earlier in the day, they're going to come out and regurgitate it later on in the day. They're not even going to qualify the information. Some examples: Tank's pay. Like they're trying to tell you Tank's pay, but they're giving you Tank's pay and what he's going to make when he get in the ring based off of what somebody else said. They have no qualifying sources. All of it's secondhand information, and they standing on the backs of others. So it's really not, you know, anything that you can stand on, nothing you can really take to the bank and cash in on. A lot of it is secondhand information, plagiarized information, hindsight is 2020 information, flip-floppy information, nothing you can really do nothing with. You know what I'm saying? It's like that plasticware. It's like one use only. You know what I'm saying? By the time you use it, you put your toast on it, you know, you use it, you toss it away. You get a cup full of ice, you put your little can soda in there, you use it, you toss it away. There's nothing you can do with this information. They don't have the time to actually qualify the information that they actually be spewing. All they do is they take a narrative that was given from before. They jump on that narrative. They regurgitate that narrative. They stand on the backs of their peers. And they don't ever qualify or put the information to the test. Here recently I heard that people was basically saying that if they was talking about how Shakur said that he's gonna be the man if he beat Teofimo Lopez. And everybody's saying, no, you're not gonna be the man if you go up there and you beat Teofimo Lopez. Because you would have to see Gary Antoine Russell, Richardson Hitchens, Teofimo, and Subriel Matias. And the reason why I say that a lot of people don't qualify the information, and this is news from buffoons, is because Teofimo Lopez, in all actuality, got undisputed by beating Lomachenko before Devin Haney did it. He don't get the credit. So he beat Loma before Devin get the credit, but Devin get more credit or get cited more for beating Lomachenko. And not only did Teofimo Lopez beat Lomachenko before Devin Haney, he went out and sparked Richard Comey, who had the IBF. And we talk about rehydration clauses and all that, like the not going up 10 pounds. Now, it's not just 10 pounds. The higher you go, it's subject to the weight division. Like, I believe if Boots were to go up at 154 and he were to fight, it's not 164. It'd be actually 165 that he could rehydrate to. So don't go listening to these news from buffoons who don't qualify no information. Teofimo Lopez also went up and he did beat Josh Taylor. You can say what you want about Josh Taylor, but I see that people like to play these accolade games. So whereas if you're going to acknowledge people by accolades, then you got to do the accolade games right. That would mean that he would be a 2-division lineal champion, a designation that nobody in that division can stake a claim to. He's had his title in that division longer than anybody in that division. So he's the most tenured. At this point, he has the most title defenses in that division. He just beat his mandatory, a guy that Barbosa, a guy in Barbosa that was lined up to fight Devin, who originally Devin was going to move up and fight. You gotta think when Devin moved up, he did pick the weakest link, even though Regis is one of my guys. He was one of my guys. He picked the weakest link. If you're gonna say, and Gary Antoine Russell is my guy, but you gotta think he got beat by Alberto Puello, a guy who arguably got outboxed by Sandor Martin, even though Sandor Martin arguably beat Teofimo Lopez. Arguably, he didn't get the nod. Sandor Martin arguably beat Alberto Puello, who Alberto Puello did beat Gary Antoine Russell. Some people had to fight very close. But just because we don't like the thing that Teofimo Lopez was running around saying and that little racial stuff that he be doing, we're not going to revise history. We don't do that for anybody. So watch this news from buffoons. Richardson Hitchens just got the title. By the letter of the law, he's actually fighting the same way Subriel Matias was doing by the letter of the law with the 10-pound rehydration. A line that Devin Haney wouldn't dare step his foot into because of that 10-pound rehydration. He stepped around Sandor Martin. He avoided that smoke. He was going to fight Arnold Barbosa up until Teofimo Lopez got wind and said, nope, I'm not retiring. If you're coming back, you're going to have to fight me. Devin got out of that line real fast. He got his ass busted by Ryan. Subriel Matias got outboxed by Liam Paro, who Liam Paro got outboxed by Richardson Hitchens. People talk about Richardson Hitchens maneuvering around and not wanting to fight Subriel Matias while being under that same rehydration clause, the same rehydration clause that allowed him to have a hard time when he was fighting the guy that Keyshawn Davis wound up fighting, bringing back down for his eliminator. So we're going to qualify the division, and 140 is my division, so I know it better than anybody. But since this is not secondhand information, we're going to qualify it. So technically, by the letter of the law, Shakur Stevenson would be the man if he jumped up and were to actually get past Teofimo Lopez decisively, especially being that Jermaine Ortiz arguably beat Teofimo Lopez, didn't get the nod. And we know Shakur got hand problems, so he would have to do it more decisively than a guy like Jermaine Ortiz, who arguably beat Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez. Shakur Stevenson would have to do it more handily than Jermaine Ortiz with a pure boxing style. So we're going to be out here just shooting from the hip, man, not qualifying information just to appease the masses, just to have somebody sit around for 2 hours and listen to you ramble. We got to qualify the information. You got to qualify the information, man. We can't just be out here shooting from the hip. And that's the problem today. People just regurgitate shit. They pass shit along. They stand on the backs of their peers. They plagiarize, and they don't think about what they're saying. Just because we don't like somebody, we're not going to revise history for anybody. So, although I don't give Shakur any benefit of no doubt until we find out that that is legit and it's on paper and we actually want to get that fight, we're not giving Shakur no credit for talking up a fight, for going out here and name calling and saying you're going to, because as far as we're concerned, he would just get ready to fight Conor Benn or putting his name in the hat for Conor Benn. He was attaching his name to a little bit of everybody here lately. We don't know what the hell he going to do. 1 minute his hands hurt, we don't know. But if and when the contract gets signed and they meet and Shakur were to go in that ring and get a unanimous decision over Teofimo Lopez, he will have beat the guy in that division, man, at this point in time. So until Gary Antoine go in there and he clean out and do what he said, the same thing he says in the beginning of my intro, where he says he's getting all of the belts, all of the titles, then we can't classify him as the man right now. Like, come on now. But that is the housekeeping, man. I don't know why people be getting mad with people going doing content in their slots and their time slots and all this dumb shit, when all you doing is really regurgitating the same shit that you done heard somewhere else, and you're not even qualifying the information. That's my housekeeping, man. That's my housekeeping for today. So hopefully you gain something from that, and we getting ready to get down into the meat and the potatoes. What up, AC?
What's good, bro?
Not much, man. I had to get through some housekeeping, man. Some stuff that's been on my mind, man.
Yeah, I mean, everything you said generally has to be said because we've seen it. And I'm not a person that follows a lot of people, but sometimes a thumbnail comes across and I'm reading the title of the thumbnail and saying to myself, why does that title sound familiar to something that I've either heard Body say or something that both of us actually cooked on? And then I'll go into it and then be like, wow. So basically, I'm going to say it like this. You and I did our whole thing about boots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Coach was up here, old boy was up here, and stuff like that. And we had a really good, strong dialect. And we were talking about the options that Boots had, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were breaking that down and, okay, you want us to believe X, Y, and Z, but this is what we saw. And as a result of seeing this is why you're getting the pushback that you're getting. This is why you're not going to score any real political points or boxing points on your movements, because you told us one thing but it seemed more like a cherry pick instead of a tune-up. What I saw Keith Thurman do, that was more close to a tune-up. What I saw, Mr. Gary Antoine Russell did in his comeback, that looked more like a tune-up. You feel what you did, that didn't it's at a very, it's in a very, very thin gray area. Okay, based on the level of competition, it does qualify as a tune-up, but the way you got that man out of there, and then the way your talking points changed during fight week, it seemed to if I had to put it on the scale, it would weigh more on the cherry pick side. When you brought up Murtazaliev, just to give my little whatever addition to what you said before we actually get into the meat and potatoes, because I was on someone else's channel and just listening to the conversation and slaying people in the chats and shit like that, and one person made the comment that, but Murtazaliev, Bakhram, never ever called out Boots. And I was like, that's not true, bro. When Boots was sending some of those offers out at 47, Murtazaliev heard that he was thinking about coming up to 47. He said, I'll fight Boots. The night that Boots beat Lima, he said, okay, I'm ready. When he was at the post-press conference, they kept on bringing up Murtazaliev's name, not even recognizing or trying to say he was supposed to be here. But Murtazaliev put a post out before the fight even happened. I mean, a little while after the fight, or right after the announcement, or whatever, and said, "I'm ready." So I didn't understand the talking points when it came down to that post jump off. And at the end of the day, it just is what it is. We always see this weird shit from Eddie and these weird moves and stuff like that. And just this is my last talking point. When you brought up Eddie is now on this thing where he's looking for, a guy that may have a name, but we don't know who the hell he fought. Or we don't recognize not one name of anybody he fought. Here's the issue. When you do something like that, and it's hard to find information on someone, it makes it virtually impossible to accurately say this guy is not a world-class talent. And Eddie loves to use that phrase these days. Oh, this guy's a world-class fighter. He's an elite fighter, and only the elite fighters get to face blah 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 blah. Oh, so now everybody who faces one of your guys is a world-class fighter and an elite fighter. Okay, Eddie, I got it. All right, cool. I'm gonna just sit back, just land my plane right there, just see what the runway looked like after this snowstorm.
Yeah. Cause I hope whoever that was you was going back and forth, I hope they in here, because we not just shooting from the hip, man. I said, look, I'm about to start going back into the thing the way I used to do it. You know what I'm saying? Back when I was in front of the camera, like I gotta get something going on. I can't go visual to keep pausing. You see how sometimes my audio go out. I don't know what the hell. So I'm getting ready to get back in front of the camera, where I can be seen, and I'm about to start doing what I used to do as far as how thorough I was. So I hope that individual or even some of their friends have come along, because I got something for them. We ain't gonna be no ducking and dodging, and this is not just gonna be me going at Boots. This is gonna be me highlighting Bakhram and putting out any kind of like notions that Bakhram is not seeking to smoke with everybody. You know
For
what I'm
sure.
saying? So
and here's the funny part. You see when I comment, it says Brooklyn hit. everyone who was commenting, who was talking to me, or who I was getting at when they said something, when they replied, they always replied, "But yo, AC." And I was like, okay, all right. So you feel what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, I seen the president of the Rainbow Coalition because I put this thing out early. And I seen the first one I seen, the president of the Rainbow Coalition. That's who was doing the thing today. I'm like, look at you. You know what I'm saying? Look at you. You can't even help yourself. But here we go, man. So this is Bakhram. Bakhram. Let me change this up. Bakhram says everybody mentions me after their fight, but when it comes to business, they all disappear. And this is what we're doing. This is the case today in which we're going to try to prove, and we're going to try to see if he has a point.
For sure.
Boom, salute. What's going on? Salute. Okay, so this is what we're going to prove. Okay, so let's go. Let's just start. Let's get Boots out of the way so people won't think that this is all about Boots, because I know it's going to be a lot of people that's going to be crying about Boots. So let's go ahead and get Boots out the way. Yeah, the link is out. The link is out there, man. You hit the link earlier. You hit the link before the show started. You can use the same link. If the link don't work, let me know. I think it do, because
What up, bro?
But here we go. Let's do this. Okay. There you go. All right. Let me get into this. All right, go ahead. If you're gonna join, then join up. But let me get into this, man. Let's break this down, man. Let's break this down.
Now I seen when he actually said that.
So we're gonna start with Boots. Let's start with Boots. This is the one for Boots. This is the exchange. This is how this is gonna go down. The one for Boots here. Let me see. So Boots. That's not the right.
Yo,
Oh, what's good, man?
What's going on?
what's
Good to
good
hear
with
you.
both my people, man? For real, my realest people, man. What's up with y'all?
We good,
We
man.
good. Good. We just about to get into this. We get ready to get into this content, this good old content, man. So, appreciate you jumping up here, but let's get into it, man. We just start
Yes,
with
sir.
Boots
Yes, sir.
and get this out the way. So Boots say, if we can't get Virgil Ortiz next, I heard that Baby Cub was calling me out too. Jamel Charlo, he could get it next. And it's continued. Sebastian Fundora, what's his name? Bakhram Murtazaliev, the IBF champ, he could get it too. Everybody at 154 could get it. Xander Zayas, he could get it. And it's added anybody at 154. I'm belt chasing. This is my division. 154 is mine. I'm on tour. That same night, Bakhram tweeted out, I'm ready. And in a nutshell, this is what he said. If Ennis wanted to fight me, he wouldn't have fought who he just fought. Murtazaliev told the ring. No one knows who Lima was, but he would have fought me if he wanted to fight, not Lima. He was the IBF champion in a lower weight class and he moved up. I could have fought him. If he wants to fight me or Ortiz, why pick Lima?
Mm.
That's like you can't get no more clear than that. But since we don't take things with face value, we're not just gonna leave it there. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna give you everything that you want and everything that you need so that you can walk away, so you can go back to the Rainbow Coalition Academy and the spokesperson. You know what I'm saying? And you can tell him everything he need to know, or whoever you want to frequent or wherever you want to go. Let's see. Jerron Boots Ennis calls out fellow undefeated star after knocking out Uisma Lima. This is the zone now by Mark Leland Waller. Having hardly broken a sweat after disposing of Uisma Lima in roughly 2 minutes Saturday night, Jerron Boots Ennis didn't hesitate to let the boxing world know who he wants to fight next. It's going to happen next, Ennis told the zone's Chris Mannix about fighting Virgil Ortiz Jr. I know he's got his fight coming up. He's focused on his fight. If he don't win, I'll fight Erickson Lubin. I'll fight the winner of that, but I want Virgil Ortiz next. With his first round TKO of Lima, Ennis 35-0, 31 knockouts, became the new WBA interim super welterweight champion. Ortiz 23-0, 21 KOs, the WBC interim 154-pound champion, fights Lubin on November 8th, live on the zone. As long as Ortiz wins that bout, Ennis is confident that they will have their showdown early in 2026. However, if that fight does not pan out for whatever reason, Ennis shares some other names as possible opponents. If we can't get Virgil Ortiz next, I heard the baby cub was calling me out too, Jamel Charlo. He could get it next. Ennis continued. Sebastian Fundora, what's his name? Bakhram Murtazaliev, the IBF champion, he could get it. Everybody at 154 could get it. Xander Zayas, he could get it. Ennis added, anybody at 154, I'm belt chasing. This is my division. 154 is mine. I'm on tour. Zayas, the reigning undefeated WBO super welterweight world champion, has talked with DAZN News at length about clashing with Boots, saying it would make for an excellent fight. Ennis Matchroom Boxing promoter Eddie Hearn yearns to line opponents up for Boots, beginning with Ortiz. He said Virgil Ortiz will get destroyed by Jerron Ennis. Oscar De La Hoya, Ortiz promoter at Golden Way Promotions, used the night to declare that his charge is the best of the super welterweight class. Only one name at 154, and he put Virgil Ortiz. On Bakhram's behalf, if Jerron Ennis wanted to fight, he wouldn't have chosen Lima. Bakhram Murtazaliev heard Jerron Ennis and Eddie Hearn mention him Saturday night as a potential opponent on his way to becoming undisputed junior welterweight champion. Murtazaliev would gladly fight Ennis if the former ring IBF and WBA welterweight champion doesn't face rival Virgil Ortiz next. The idol IBF junior middleweight champion is cynical, though, regarding the legitimacy of Ennis' interest in facing him. Ennis' decision to fight overmatch Uisma Lima in the Philadelphia native division debut makes Murtazaliev doubt his intentions. DraftKings listed Ennis 35-0, 31 knockouts as a 30-1 favorite versus Angola's Lima, 14-2, 10 KOs, who was knocked down twice and stopped a mere 158 into the opening round of their bout for the WBA interim junior middleweight title at Xfinity Mobile Arena in Philadelphia. If Ennis wanted to fight me, he wouldn't have fought who he just fought, Murtazaliev told the ring. No one knows who Lima was. but he would have fought me if he wanted to fight, not Lima. He was the IBF champion in a lower weight class and he moved up. I could have fought him. If he wants to fight me or Ortiz, why pick Lima? Ennis, 28, is generally regarded as one of the most gifted multi-dimensional boxers in the sport. He has been criticized, however, circumstantial. Some choices of opponents might have been for facing lesser fighters than frustrated fans and skeptical experts want to see in his face. Murtazaliev, 32, is beyond frustrated because he hasn't fought in almost 1 year since he overwhelmed heavily favored former WBO champ Tim Tszyu last October in Orlando, Florida. Tszyu, 25-3, 18 knockouts, was a 7-1 favorite, yet Murtazaliev, 23-0 with 17 KOs, sent him to the canvas 4 times and stopped him in the 3rd round. Proposed fights with numerous championship caliber opponents, including Ortiz, haven't materialized since Murtazaliev demolished Tszyu. The Russian-born champion could defend his title against England's Josh Kelly next, but their teams haven't finalized a deal with the 3rd-ranked Kelly, 17-1-1 with 9 knockouts. The IBF scheduled a purse bid for Tuesday if their representatives can't come to an agreement before then. Ennis is ranked 5th by the IBF in the junior welterweight division. The top 2 spots in its top 15 are unoccupied, but Murtazaliev doesn't think it'll matter, even if Ennis becomes his mandatory challenger. Everybody mentions me after they fight, Murtazaliev said. Sebastian Fundora did too. But then when it comes to business, everybody disappears. The ring junior middleweight title is vacant. Ortiz, 23-0, 21 knockouts, is ranked 1st among the ring's top 10 contenders at 154. Fundora, 23-1-1, 15 KOs, is 2nd, and Murtazaliev is 4th. 5th ranked Erickson Lubin, 27-2, 19 KOs, would challenge Ortiz for his WBC interim superweight welterweight title November 8th at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. Ennis entered our junior middleweight top 10 at number 7 this week. Though a ring champion prior to moving up 7 pounds, the rating panel determined Ennis shouldn't be higher than 7 due to the level of opponent he fought Saturday night. That's by Keith Eidick. Okay, so you got Boots saying something after this fight. You got Bakhram saying this is what it is. And if you know anything about the 2 guys I mentioned earlier, the Gavazi Benjamin guy and the Kevin Sandro guy, for the guys like Diego Pacheco and Ben Whitaker, who he just signed, you got to think that he's going to be leaning towards the Abbas Baru variety. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse with Boots, but we're going to move on to Lubin, who I think is the most vicious. This is the most vicious one in my opinion. So Lubin issues a message to Murtazaliev Bakhram. Stop hiding. Bakhram responds, send the contract, punching bag. Nobody wants to make this happen. And remember, every word you say comes with consequences. So think carefully before you speak. That shit is savage. Oh man, that shit is savage, man. Yeah, so that's what That's what Lubin said. Let me get to it. Let me get down to business. Let me get down to the meat and potatoes so we can be comprehensive. Salute the bold.
Hey, what's up, body?
What's happening?
Yeah, I was
Yo.
just trying to look up the Ring Magazine rankings for 154 pounds.
So here you go. So this is what with the Lubin thing. This is what happened with Lubin. Said Erickson Lubin and Bakhram Murtazaliev trade fire on social media, send a contract. Erickson Lubin engages in social media warfare with 154-pound champs. Former 154-pound world title challenger Erickson Lubin, 27-2, 19 knockouts, may have saved his fireworks for July 5th. In a series of pointed social media posts, Lubin called out some of the biggest names in the division, making it clear that he's targeting a return to world title contention. The top gets crowded. Let's make it happen, champ. Virgil Ortiz. Lubin said in a post on social media platform X, Ortiz Jr., an undefeated rising star, holds a record of 21-0 with 20 knockouts. Lubin also called out Bakhram Murtazaliev, the current IBF super welterweight champion, who responded quickly and aggressively. Send the contract, punching bag. Nobody wants to make this happen. And remember, every word you say comes with consequences, so think carefully before you speak. Lubin fired back with verbal counterpunch of his own, signaling he's not afraid of the challenge. I won the mandatory spot. Then you guys start talking about Josh Kelly like I won't smoke both of you on the same night. There's consequences for you making me wait so long, like I didn't earn this shit. Just wait till I get my hands on you. That's what Erickson Lubin said. The Florida-based southpaw has fought only once since September 2023. On May 10th, 2025, at the Silver Spurs Arena in Florida, Lubin scored an impressive 11th round TKO over fellow southpaw Adriel Holmes Jr., 15-1 with 6 knockouts. Lubin is best known for his role in one of the most grueling and memorable fights of the decade. On April 9th, 2022 in Las Vegas, he faced Sebastian Fundora and was stopped via TKO in what was widely regarded as an all-time great slugfest for the 154-pound division between two determined southpaws. The only thing I would say about this Lubin situation is the fact that Lubin went ahead and got on with Virgil Ortiz, and that's another reason why Virgil Ortiz is not up there, because they actually going to fight. So that's not letting Lubin off the hook for this word exchange with Bakhram, but it does make it better that he actually has a fight. Nobody's pulled out, and that fight is moving right along with our fingers crossed. So that's the only reason why I'm not trying to, bend Lubin over backwards.
But he deserves to be put on timeout, because bro, you was right there for Bakhram. Like, shut that stupid shit up, bro.
Real shit, AC. Tell him again. Say that shit again, AC.
I get it that you got the Virgil fight, but you was right there. You can't say you like to die hard.
That fight
with shit.
The IBF belt is bigger than the interim WBO belt.
Like, bro, like.
Hey, can I add something? Can I add something?
Go ahead, bro.
Didn't they say Bakhram was supposed to lose to Tim Tszyu?
Yep.
Yeah, he was 7-1 underdog.
Exactly. And look what happened. Dude, you don't want to fight Bakhram, bro. And you know that nigga punched way too hard.
And I'm gonna tell you why these dudes ain't even trying to go for that belt. because the motherfuckers are too damn big, man.
Mhm.
They don't want that rehydration clause to kick in. They rather do it as a unified. If they unified, they ain't got to worry about that rehydration.
But that's the
Mhm.
crazy shit. The dude who's willing to stay with the rehydration clause is the boogeyman. And I get it where people want to try, you know, some of these content creators out here are like, well, you know, basically, don't nobody want to fight Lubin because of don't nobody want to fight Bakhram because of the rehydration clause. What? This man was just an IBF champion. He held on that belt for a minute. So what the fuck do you mean? We had it before Bakhram. There was another dude who was the IBF champion. Mel Charlo was the IBF champion. So miss me on all of that. If you dudes are true 154 pounders, then it ain't gonna be no problem to make that weight and deal with that rehydration.
Exactly. And then
Right. But the thing with that is that if you have more than just the IBF, that rehydration clause doesn't kick in.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they trying to make business moves by
there you go,
avoiding
bro.
dude.
There you go.
But
It's
hey,
business
listen, but
moves. It
listen,
ain't
but
about the
listen.
fight.
When it comes to Bakhram, it's always an excuse about something. There's never let's fight, and the contract is signed, and the date is sealed, and this is where they fight now. It's never that with Bakhram.
And here's the funny
Always an
thing.
excuse.
Here's the funny thing. One of these other guys could probably beat Bakhram. I would not know because don't nobody actually want to try to fight the dude.
Exactly.
I don't have a lot of history or fight history that I could go back and be like, nah, when Bakhram fought, you know, Murtazaliev, yeah, that dude was giving him work, and this is a flaw I may see. I can't do that with Bakhram because it's really not a lot of video to find on the dude.
I'm about to look at his resume just to check and see like what he looked like, and I ain't gonna hate on him or nothing. I'm just gonna check him out. See,
he got the same amount of knockouts. I mean, he's got the same amount of fights as Virgil Ortiz. I think he just got 3 less, 17 knockouts. I think Virgil got 20 knockouts.
Mm-hmm.
And he be coming off a long layoffs too.
Yeah. So,
but that's messed up, man. Okay, so he 23-0. Let's see who he been fighting, man.
So he did stop Jack Holke.
He did fight somebody that's 2-48. He did fight somebody that's 9-29.
But you gotta think the region he's at as well, where he's coming out of.
Yeah.
Let me go over
he fought.
Let me go over the last two. Let me go over the last two so we can cook. Let me go over the last two. So Fundor's focus shifted towards potential fights in 154-pound division later this year. I love to fight the undisputed champ. I love to be the undisputed champion, like my sister Fundora said in reference to 22-year-old Gabriela Fundora, the undisputed women's flyweight champion. Whoever they have for me next, I'll be ready. I want the IBF champion Bakhram Murtazaliev. Plus, Xander Zayas is the WBO mandatory. And I also want Earl Spence Jr. We have 2 belts. We have to defend them. And if anyone is willing to unify, let's do that too. And then Bakhram. Fundora is a very difficult fight for everyone in the division, said Murtazaliev. We saw what he did to Zoo, but Zoo isn't the same fighter anymore after fighting me. If they are considering Fundora the hardest fight for me, then bring it on. I want the hardest fights out there. I have been calling him out for a year, but they don't want to fight. What can I do? That's him addressing Fundora. The last one, and we can go ahead and cook all the way. Because I didn't even know. This is what he said. When Xander won, he said, whoever, Zayas told a group of reporters and videographers, I heard Bakhram is looking for an opponent. Sebastian Fundora, I heard, wants his belt back. So anybody in the division can get it now. And it's like I told you, there's no running now. I'm a world champion, and I have what they want. And Bakhram said, and now that Zayas is a champion, it's much more interesting fight for the fans. I would love to fight him. I think he's a great fighter, and he has a title that I want. He's young and now entering the higher level of fights. So theirs wasn't as raunchy as everybody. But I didn't put Xander in there because they didn't never have no agreement. But what Bakhram said, everybody mentions me after their fight. Everybody mentions me after their fight, but when it comes to business, they disappear. He's speaking facts, man, because they all do it. They all do it after the fight. They all say his name or whatever, and everybody be like, "Oh, okay, cool. Then I'm with it." And then, for whatever reason, they come up with an excuse. But go ahead, y'all. It's open now.
Yo, Bo, you there? Yo, what you tell me? So since I've been knowing you, what you tell me about Bakhram? But before Bakhram, what you tell me about Fundora? Go ahead, real quick. Tell them what you always tell me about Fundora, if you remember.
I don't even remember.
You don't remember telling me that nigga just tall, that nigga just got long arms.
Oh yeah.
That nigga just you don't remember? Go ahead, tell them what you told me now. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like I'm not really super impressed by him. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't even use his height. You know.
So what he gonna do with Bakhram? What he gonna do with Bakhram? That's what I want to know, because I never heard your take on that. I always hear AC's take and Body's. What's your take? Like, I want to hear you cook.
I mean, like, this is the perfect time for them to go after Bakhram. He hasn't fought in like over a year. But I think if Bakhram comes in there focused, I don't think Fundora got anything for Bakhram.
AC, what do you think Bakhram got for Fundora? Fundora got for Bakhram? Which one? How you feeling, man?
I'm always on the fence with when it comes to Fundora. Fundora could beat Bakhram. I really don't know, but based off of Bakhram's last performance, Fundora can't let Bakhram get in close, because if he let Bakhram get in close and he get hit the way Tim Tszyu was catching him, he's going to sleep.
Body, you feel the same?
Yeah, I think it's you got to be tactical with him, and you can't be hard-headed. See, when I look at it, the people who really got fucked up by Fundora are people who they're gonna keep trying to do the same thing. Like Lubin, that man got caught standing in front of him for way too long, right? And Tim Tszyu, he kept trying to do the same thing, and that showed up. And Bakhram actually did some film study. He actually did some film study, because when Tim Tszyu came in there with that same, because you gotta think, Goucher dropped Tim Tszyu, right? Goucher dropped Tim Tszyu. That's when I was like, oh man, Tim Tszyu. I mean, because no disrespect, Goucher was an Olympian and all that, but he dropped him. And I'm like, well, Goucher don't got the most power in the world. He's just a good boxer. He's a good litmus test for a lot of these guys. Like he's more like a gatekeeper. Like if you can beat him, you good. Like you decent. Like you decent. If you can beat him, you can get past him, then you're above average. You know what I'm saying? But Bakhram did film study. Tim Tszyu kept doing the same thing over and over again. And Bakhram was like, oh yeah, you gonna do that again? Bang, you know what I'm saying? Bang, like every time he came in, same left hook, and Tim Tszyu kept reaching. And that's what got Tim Tszyu in trouble with Fundora. The thing is with Fundora is I always believe that I don't think he can see that well. And I think that if you change up your punch variety and you don't stand in front of him, you make him move, you got to make him miss. But when he missed, you gotta make him pay, and you gotta get out of there. You cannot stand there and then let him just jab you and uppercut you in that same position, because that shit don't look like it's hurting, but eventually he gonna catch you, and it's gonna be harder than what you think, and that's gonna be the beginning of the end. That's what happened with Lubin, trying to do the same thing over and over again.
Yep. Niggas is just hard headed. I don't know, but Fundora not a tough fight. He not a tough fight, man. And I've been saying that since day one. I've been saying that Fundora is, I felt like, the most beatable champion, but now it's really Xander.
But I'm not gonna say he ain't a tough fight, because
he not.
But because of his dimensions, like, it is a feat. It is a feat. It's like trying to dodge a windmill. It's like trying to jump on a merry-go-round when that motherfucker's spinning. Like, if you don't got good timing and you ain't accurate, you gonna get fucked up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can't just, that blade coming around. You know what I'm saying?
Move. And you should know to hit his body, not his head. Like, come on, bruh. Fuck is you swinging at his face for, bruh?
Yeah.
Punch that body up, bruise that body up, tear them arms up,
Yo, his body, like, when I look at Fundora's rib cage, the one thing that I always say is, like, why doesn't anybody just break this tall ass motherfucker down to the body? And I said, this is why he better not ever get in the ring with Errol Spence, because Errol Spence is going to use that active jab to close that distance. And when he get on the inside, bro, listen, each time that nigga go back to the ring, that body gonna look more and more bruised to me. And
my only thing, man, AC,
the layoff.
I think Errol Spence game's good, bro.
Yeah,
I hear what y'all saying, but I don't think so, bro. I don't think so.
Nah, here, let me just go ahead, Bo.
I think he's. I really want to see him come back, and at the end of the day,
not right
like
now.
I'm saying, this is a fantasy fight right now. It's a
not
fight
actually fight right now. Like, not both right now signing contracts. Hell no.
If it was a fantasy fight right now, I'd be like, oh hell no, my money's completely on Errol Spence. I'm not putting a fucking penny on Fundora. Not even on a parlay long shot.
So if they fight right now, you going with Earl?
Yeah. If it was a fantasy fight situation and Earl was,
Earl
was active and shit like that, and he was like, yeah, I'm looking to fight Fundora, my money would be 1,000% on Errol Spence. Like, get the fuck out of here. He gonna break that nigga the fuck up. He gonna break that dude the fuck up something.
Nah, hey Bo, what was you about to say?
I think Errol Spence really gonna need a tune-up, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, he been out for a while, a good while too.
If the fight would have happened, when he stepped in the ring, I was still rocking with Earl Spence.
AC, a good while too.
Yeah, he gotta get tuned up. Let me. Somebody said something. Let me ask y'all a question. When we looking at these, y'all think out of this lineup? Now I know it's because people don't know about us, but y'all think Xander is the weakest link out of these guys?
Yeah,
I think so.
Get him the fuck out of here, man. Hurry up.
So you think Abbas got something for Xander? You think Abbas can beat Xander?
I do, man. I watched some of Abbas fight, man. That dude got skills, bro.
I just think Abbas got good footwork, but the only thing I don't like about Abbas is he don't know his range.
I saw him make adjustments. Like when he fought Jack Colkay, I actually thought he beat Jack Colkay in that fight. And that was a good fight to watch because there was no commentating in that fight, and it's on YouTube. I thought he actually beat Jack Colkay. Okay. And he fought Jack Colkay. He used foot movement in that fight. And then when he fought his last fight against Taliez, he just used pressure on him. And then he ended up getting a stoppage. So that I think that dude Baru is pretty good. Plus he got an amateur background, whereas though he won, I don't know if it was bronze in the world championship or something.
But look, Bo, when you say that, I agree with you, but I think that that's a good comeback fight for Earl Spence. I think that him and Spence make a good fight.
Oh, talking about Baru?
Yep.
At 54?
Yeah.
I think
I
Errol
think that
Spence,
that's a great fight. I think that right now, right fucking now, I think that that's a great fight because guess what? Yo, Ennis Tellis was supposed to be champion still. This would be a great tune-up fight for Earl, and he take that strap and look, Earl, that low key that adds legacy, like that adds to your shit, and that's
Yeah, but
me
I
doing
don't-
positive.
I don't see Errol Spence beating Baru. Not.
Wow.
I mean, I think Errol Spence got a better shot at Zayas getting that belt.
He don't like
That's crazy
WBO.
because I honestly, Abbas is a good slick fighter, but I think let me try to say it so I'm pretty much on point from what I'm remembering. I think a more technical or accurate fighter, or someone who's willing to make those adjustments round to round, I think they could squeak out a victory on Abbas, and I think Xander may be able to do that because I think Xander is going to hit Abbas with the more relevant punches.
Man, I think you sleepy, bro. Like I ain't even
I
gonna
don't
lie.
know, bro. I just think Xander. I'm just saying. I think
it's about
Xander
to
might be. I'm saying I think Xander might be a better fighter.
Man,
Nah.
Xander's
Nah.
still too green, man. He's still too green.
He lighting the ass, man. Like, nah, not Zayas, not Zayas.
I got a question for you, Boom.
It's good.
Can Abbas, or for Boom and Bo, can Abbas beat Charles Conwell?
It's a 60-40 Abbas for me. What you think, Bo?
I think Abbas could get him right now because Abbas been active. That's
Yeah.
the thing, he's active.
Yeah, I just think Earl can interrupt that. But yeah, I got a 60-40 split for Abbas. For that question, Body.
I mean, if Boost take that fight, that will be to me that will be a good win. I mean, I know Abbas don't have the name recognition, but the dude's pretty. He's not no Lima. I put it that way.
Nah, he not no Zayas. I put it that way.
Yeah.
Where the remote? Yeah, he not no Zayas, man.
But I still, for me, I'm still like, why not go after that IBF belt, handle this pressure right here, knock out the guy who's perceived to be the boogeyman, and then you could take out Abbas, and now you're no longer in that next fight under the rehydration clause.
Man,
So
Xander's so
I will
green.
say this though. One
Man,
thing you didn't
Xander's
say,
so
and I ain't
green.
noticed before.
Y'all know that
Boost,
song. Y'all know that
Boost
song.
big as shit.
No, for real, he is. At 54, he's solid. But hey, y'all know that song "Green Light" by Rod Wave? That's Xander's eyes, man. Like I'm telling you, man. Like,
but yeah, what I'm saying is that if Boots really wants to be undisputed, right? If you really want to be undisputed, okay, all right. You got this out of the way. At the end of the day, we all know, and we could put that stake in the ground that 90% of the way this river is flowing, it's flowing towards Abbas Baru. You feel what I'm saying? The way the river is definitely not flowing, not even a trickle or a stream or anything is towards Bakhram right now. You feel what I'm saying? So for me, I'm like, listen, Boots, if this is what you want, please don't give us a Virgil Ortiz fight, because that's in a whole nother direction based on what you're telling us, based on what you said at your last fight. You want the champions. You said blah, 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 blah about these champions. So I'm expecting one of the champions. If you're gonna go with the Abbas Baru, which look like the tea leaves are saying, all right, fine. But at the end of the day, it's still gonna be a duck of Bakhram, in my opinion.
I feel like this. I feel like this. I feel like this. Boots, go ahead and fight Abyss. After Abyss, go unify. Go get one of the other fighters. Whether it's Fundora, whether it's... Because matter of fact, you know what? This is what I think. Listen, guys, listen. This sounds crazy, but in real time right now, I say this. Jerron go fight Abyss. Xander go fight Virgil. And then they both get them interim straps out their way and become world champions. Now, guess what? Now look at what we got now. Look at that landscape.
Yeah, but that's a bullshit road to take, man. Especially when you're supposed to have all of these.
So
but when you're supposed to have all of these accolades about around you, and people are saying you put the 54-pound division on notice. What's next for Boots? And you're gonna go over there and fight for another interim belt? It's like these niggas is scared. Exactly what that shit says.
Hey, let me tell you. Boom. Let me tell you something. Let me paint this picture for you and hear me out. Give me a second to break this down. The way that Eddie is lining this shit up, it's gonna be just like what we just got just now, when we thought this was getting ready to happen, and we didn't get it. And I'm gonna tell you why. With the approach that we're taking now is they're gonna try to say that they're gonna save Bakhram for last. But in the same breath, everybody's saying how big Boots is. How long do you think it's gonna be before they can galvanize the whole division? Because you gotta think, there's nothing magnetizing Fundora in Boots right now. It ain't even really nothing magnetizing Abbas in Boots right now. Why? Because I heard that Abbas and Xander are in talks to unify. So what's gonna happen is Boots gonna go after Virgil, or say he is, even though they're trying to go for a boss. That fight, I don't even know if that fight gonna happen. I think it's a lot of pressure on Eddie. And most of the time, it don't be unification and then unification. Like, it's not going to be Boots go get a belt from a boss and then immediately it's going to be Xander or Fundora or Bakhram. That shit ain't going to happen. You know what's going to happen? Because normally it's one fight to unify, another fight, then another fight to unify, and then another fight. And that's if everything goes according to plan. What they're going to do is, all this we going to save Bakhram for last. That shit ain't gonna happen, because by the time they get ready to fight, they're gonna be like, oh, well, he gotta move up to 160.
Yep.
He gotta move up. Oh, it's too late. His body, he got.
Boots,
look at Devin. When Devin finally, look at what happened with Devin. When Devin finally moved up, he got Regis. He fought Ryan, got his ass busted. He took a year off, fought Jose Ramirez, and that's when he partially moved up, and then boom, he went to 47. Same shit gonna happen with Boots now that he done freed up, and now he at 54, and she's still looking big because his face still looking a whole lot fuller now, and he looking like he ain't even. I don't even know if he walking around. I don't know how he walking around, but I don't think it's gonna be time on the clock. That's why I say, man, if you the biggest baddest, go take out the biggest baddest, bro. Go take out the biggest baddest. Go take out the perceived boogeyman like Liam Paro. Little old Liam Paro went and took out Sabril Matias when he was looking like the boogeyman. Then everybody said, oh, well. Then after that, everybody said, oh, man, Sabril was overhyped. He was over. Why are you going to keep letting everybody else get your glory? That's how I see it.
No, I respect.
Am I off or what?
No,
you're right, but I just don't think Boots could maintain that rehydration. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna.
He only got to do it for one fight. That's the whole.
I know, but that man, you see how big he looked, man. That last against Lima.
Hey, then that means so that means he doesn't belong at 54. He should be at 60.
So that means he gonna be more than 165 on fight night, Bo.
I think so. He looked like he was over 165 when he fought Lima.
So we okay with that. So we okay with him. I mean, I guess if we're gonna be okay with
I'm
that,
saying,
man.
What I'm saying, I agree. If you know what I'm saying, Bakhram is that guy, go after him. But like you said, all this waiting for last, and then they're gonna use that excuse later on. That's why I think he just want to get a belt. So then they'll try to make that fight, so he ain't gotta worry about that rehydration.
So then you're the A side. Here's the common sense to that. You're the A side to every one of those current champions. You're the guy that the money is behind with any of those current champions. Even though Ring Magazine got Virgil as the #1 guy, and you're sitting at #7, you still have the leverage over everybody in that division. At the end of the day, you call the shots on what the fuck you really want, because you got Turkey and listen and listen. You tell Turk Al-Sheikh, hey Turk, I want to fight Bakhram. Turk is gonna be like, oh yes, let's make this shit happen. So the money ain't gonna be an issue when it comes down to Jerron Boots Ennis choosing Bakhram Murtazaliev. The money is not gonna be an issue. It's not gonna be whether he can sell or not. The Turk is gonna make sure this shit sells by putting either another crazy ass co-main and then the undercard, and everything's gonna be stacked as hell. So at the end of the day, there is no fucking excuse, no business excuse, no excuses whatsoever that Boots, the A side to everybody, can't pick and choose what champion he wants to fight. And if it's even Abbas Baru talking about unifying with what's the name? Boots' name, Jerron Boots Ennis, the name itself, and the backing that he got can come in and completely disrupt all of that. Because I can tell you right now, Oscar don't got the pull with the Turk like Eddie Hearn got with the Turk. So all he got to do is call it, say, listen, I want this on one of these Turk cards. Let's do this. It's a done deal. Unified right there. I mean, you get your first belt right there. You just got to open your fucking mouth. If he wanted to open his mouth right now to say, we could start negotiations for me to fight Bakhram, this whole mandatory shit with Bakhram and this shit that's about to go into purse bid and all of that, it's not going to happen. It's not. Because we seen it. We seen how close things was, and that the fight still could have been made if both people were actually at that point looking to make the fight. And we saw with Brian Norman and Boots. This is basically the same situation.
Yep, man. I you know, it's I don't know, man. I'm done with the. I had my stock. I'm you know, I'm not outright selling my stock, but I'm not buying no more stock, man. I'm not buying no more stock in Boots, man. I'm holding what I got. I'm holding my shares. I'm not buying no more right now. I'm not even looking to buy. You know, I'm not dumping no shares, but I'm not looking to buy because I'm not going through this with a whole nother fan base, man. I'm not part of this new age shit where you could just attach your name and you know all of the shit that they was criticizing Bud and them for, like all of the moves they was criticizing and saying Bud didn't, like all of that, like they becoming the same people, but now it's okay because it's Boots. I'm not with that shit. If you the biggest, baddest man, and it's embarrassing the fact that people keep saying how big he is. That means you've been weight bullying, bro. That means you've been doing the same shit Devin was doing down at 135. You was doing that shit at 47. Now you at 54 and you can't even. That's weird that you can't have a fight and you get 11 pounds because you can't be more than 165. It ain't even 164. It's 165 at 154 if you under that IBF. You can't then, and it's not like Bakhram ain't going through the same shit. He got the same clause. Mm-hmm. It's the same stipulation. So you saying if you a hybrid of Roy and Bud and Sweet Pea and all the ancestors, for one night you can't go in there and beat a dude named Bakhram? Like, I don't
Like I
get it,
say,
man. That's why I'm
it-
not buying. I'm off of it. I'm off of it, man. It's these guys and these people, man, that's been behind this, man. They've been exposed, man. He's been exposed to me, man. This is a glaring thing, and running over there to Eddie at this time, and then re-upping with Eddie after he just lost you a purse bid, bro. The fact that your shit had to even go to the purse bid, you only fighting at home. It's just too many things, and now you're gonna get with Eddie, and Eddie gonna give us a Sam Eggington. He gonna give us an Eggington, an egg and waffles. He gonna give us a you know what I'm saying? This is classic shit. Like, this is Eddie. Like, you went over there to Eddie because you knew that instead of going where you can just straight up get the smoke, now you got a middleman. Cause Eddie, notice how Eddie only bring up the money, but then you got Turk who say, "Hey, listen, man, AC know he said you want the big fight, then holler at me. But if you want to tune up, go over there with Eddie, and who is he with? Eddie. This ain't Turk. Turk got the bag. That's more than enough cheese. You moved up because that was the whole thing with the Norman thing. That's what made me think that, man, that was a calculated move. He didn't want to fight Norman.
But
because if you all that in a bag of chips, then you couldn't fight Norman at 47 with a 10-pound rehydration. Now you can't fight Bakhram with an 11-pound rehydration, a whole division up. Like, who are you, dude? Who is Boots? Like, this shit don't, like, that shit is turning me off, man.
But listen, man. Y'all need to go watch that new interview with Devin Haney when he said the same thing. He said Boots is a great fighter and he has accomplished a lot of things, but against who? Who is Boots? Who?
I mean, I agree. Sadly, that's why I say I'm not even on. I'm proud of Devin for actually getting up there close to the division where he should be. I still think he should be at 54, but goddamn it, he finally went to where he should have been at. And he's picking on somebody, and he's picking a challenge that where it's like, okay, cool. Now we got to fight. Now you fighting somebody your size. Now skills gonna pay the bills. If you got them skills, you gonna get in there, you know what I'm saying, and do what you need to do to Brian Norman. But when you was down there fighting people like Lomachenko, and Lomachenko looked at you and said, "Oh, he's a middleweight," and he pieced your ass up, I don't have no respect for that. I ain't have no respect for Boots. It's the same shit where Boots, all them 40s was moving up, all them little got the Lipinets and all that. Lipinets ain't had no business doing that. I give him the Romaine Villa, but that's tailor-made. So it's either a style that's tailor-made for you, or a 40 that's moving up to where it's okay when these guys is moving up for you, because I heard that I heard that they gave Sabril Matias that they offered him that fight for Boots. And I don't think they wanted to go a different way. And so that's why he decided to go over there to Bakhram.
He would have tore Sabril Matias ass up though.
But look, that's what I'm saying. Why is it always listen? This is what I'm saying, Boom. Why was it okay for all these 40s to move up, and they offered a Sabril for you to move up, for him to move up, but when it's time for you to move up, it's all these caveats. Oh no, I got to get the bottom of my feet.
And I would have gave him.
And once I feel the water between my toes, and then once my ankle get a little saturated with the water, then maybe as soon as my knee get in the water, and I get accustomed to it, and my joints is all right. It's no jump off the deep end, man. What are we talking about?
But my nerves, they still might strike a rupture. So, and my fingers might bend the other way.
But that's why I say, but I could be Bud. You saying you could be Bud though? So the if you really want it, the clock is ticking on Bud. If you really want it, what you would do is you're gonna beat shit down Bakhram leg, take that IBF, and then ask the winner of Janabek and Laura, one of y'all, whoever win that, I want you next. And then, I'm on your ass, bud. If that's really what, you can't just sit around at this late in the game and just say that man's name. I'm not even going to be behind it. I'm not going through this with a whole nother fan base for another 5-6 years. I ain't doing it. Yeah. I ain't doing it. Yeah, people can annoy him because we so thirsty for a new star in America, and we trying to gravitate just like we need a heavyweight. We just need new stars all around. We need people like Abdullah Mason who gonna get in there and put the Beats by Dre
We
down
got
the
the new
motherfuckers
star. The new star
and
is right
move up.
now. The
Huh?
new star is right now. The new star is right now. His name is Terrence Crawford.
But at the end of the day, I'm gonna say it like this. Boots, you really want to show us greatness, and if you even entertaining Terrence Crawford in any way, shape, or fashion, okay, go after Bakhram, beat Bakhram, and then go straight up to 54 and challenge Bud. I mean, go up to 68 and challenge Bud. Yeah, I'm younger. I could do this. I can go all the way up there because here's the thing. If you're bold enough to be in the ring and spar with Canelo, why can't you just jump from after Bakhram, just jump up there and face Bud right now? You just got in the ring with Canelo. You
AC,
just did work with Canelo.
but AC, I'm gonna keep it even more simple. At the end, we just read what he said. He said that guy Bakhram. He said that guy Bakhram Murtazaliev. I heard, he could get it too. That guy responds with, "I'm ready." So what are we waiting for? I feel like Scary Movie. What are we waiting for?
Real.
Like what are we waiting for? Like you said, you want a belt. This your division. One of the champions said, "I'm ready." What else you need? Like AC. Shorty is in the room.
I'd be like,
You
yo,
know what I'm
hold on.
He's in
I'd
the
be
room.
I'd be like, yo, Bo, body. Hold on. I got a guest in it. I got a guest in this room right now, bro. I got to go handle business. And just so Bo know what I'm talking about. I'm on back end time. Do you feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that's how that conversation would go and be like. It wouldn't be like I walked in the room, looked at Shorty, and been like, "Hold on, let me call my man Bodywork and let me put my homie Bo on the three-way to see what these niggas is doing." I'd be like, "Hold up," but one of y'all be like, "Yo, hold up, was that a chick laying there butt ass naked?" I'm like, "Yeah," but I'm calling y'all to see what's good for the night. Nigga, if you don't get the fuck off the phone with me, bro, you got business to handle right there. She butt ass naked. She telling you, "I'm ready for you to take me to Pound Town. Let's go, daddy." She calling you daddy and all of that other sexy shit. And you just gonna look at it and be like, "Hold on, let me call my homie Bold and Bodywork, see what these niggas is doing." Bro, something wrong with you. Something seriously wrong with you. And Bakhram is right there. He said, "I'm ready." You feel what I'm saying? That's one of them old school 80s songs. "I'm ready. Is you ready?" Yeah, I'm ready.
Man, I've been waiting around for a year. She be like, "Listen, man, I've been in the tail. Oh, it's been a long work week, man. All I need you to do, everything you need. I got room service coming. Everything you need is here. All you gotta do, the shower, the bath. We got jacuzzi. It's wine. It's fruit. You know what I'm saying? Everything you need. We ain't even gotta leave the room. You know what I'm saying? Like you. What are we waiting for? Like what?
I can't imagine to be in that situation where I can truly face greatness. You feel what I'm saying? And I got everybody doing write-ups about me, talking about me online, and everything else. And this goes to some of these other champs like Xander Zayas and Sebastian Fundora, because y'all deserve this. Y'all deserve this work too. Because at the end of the day, y'all have far more write-ups and people talking about you three guys than Bakhram. But neither one of you three dudes is even trying to say, "Yo, listen, Bakhram, I'll get it on with you right now. I know you've been out for a year. I know you called some of us out. So yeah, stop talking shit. Let's fight." The only person that's actually talking shit to him is Lubin. And Lubin had an opportunity, but now you talking gorilla shit. Like, yeah, just wait till I get my nigga. You could have got your hands on him 6 months ago. You feel what I'm saying?
He called Lubin a punching bag.
Exactly.
You like send the contract, punching bag, and remember everything you say out your mouth is gonna have consequences. That's like that's some of the hardest shit. Y'all just gonna let this man just terrorize the division like that?
So here's the most important thing out of that comment for me. The biggest takeaway for me is he told, I'm the champion. I'm the IBF champion. Lubin already has 2 defeats. You feel what I'm saying? He's been stopped by one of the other champions. I tell that guy to send me the contract, which means I understand the business side of this. Lubin, you might be, I may be the B-side to you, but I know I'm the B-side to every one of these other champions, and I know I'm the B-side to Boots. So all y'all got to do is send me a contract, and trust me, I'll sign it. So he's putting a notice on all of them dudes, and that is the sneaky shit. That is the sneaky shit of what journalists do, or people who you know fuck with journalism. We look at things, we look at a statement and say, okay, what's the biggest takeaway in that statement? The biggest takeaway is to a person like Lubin, he recognizes he's possibly the B side. So he's telling him, giving you the A side status and say, send me a contract.
Yo, I must say this. You know one name Boots didn't call out?
Who's that?
He didn't even call out Abel Ramos. Remember, he claimed he called out Abel
Jesus.
Ramos, Jesus, yeah.
Yeah.
He claimed he called him out, but sent the contract to his uncle. He tried to fight his uncle. He tried to fight his uncle at 47, but then tried to claim that he was calling out Jesus. Jesus is in at 154 right now.
Well,
and Jesus even
Eddie,
called
man.
out. He called out Jerron when he called him out on that. He said, "Yo, you ain't sent me the contract. You sent it to my uncle." And you never heard anything else from Jerron Ennis on that shit. Like, it's a perfect time to go after Jesus.
This man said he's daring to be great, but I'm like everything they trying to put everything on Eddie, and the fact that you signed with Eddie, we just not gonna let you. That's classic Eddie. That whole we sent the contract, that either a low ball or not talking to the right people. That's classic Eddie, man. That's classic Eddie, man. But it's affiliation at this point where we can't even give him the excuse of being behind Eddie no more. Cause like when you go, it's a spot called, I think it's called Logan. At Logan's, when they eat the peanuts, they just let the shells go on the floor. It's like going to Logan's and being like, well, I'm at Logan's, but they putting the peanuts. It's like it come along with it. Like when you go to Logan's, you know you're gonna walk in, they're gonna have peanut shells on the floor because that's what they do there. It's like when you go to you go to Red Lobster, right? And all you see is food. Like that's what Boots is saying. He's saying all I see is food, seafood. You know what I'm saying? But you know they're gonna send you they're gonna give you some cheddar biscuits in the beginning. They're gonna start you off with salad, but you like, man, I want the steak. Well, why are you over there at Red Lobster? You know what I'm saying? So that's what come along the test. You go over there to the zone with Eddie and Matchroom, where they match you up with light touches and they do low ball offers, and then you say, "Oh no, but that's Eddie," and like you not taking those. Why'd you sign up with? Why'd you go over there? Why are you affiliated with that guy? Why did you re-up with that guy? But you said you wanted to be great. You want the porterhouse. You want the steak. I ain't no genius. You know what I'm saying? But you want that premium sirloin. Like, I'm not saying they ain't got steak over there at Red Lobster where you see food. I'm not saying they don't got no steak. I'm just saying that if you really want steak and you don't just want to see food, you go where they cut the biggest, best steaks. Where's the beef? You go with the beef. So
yeah, you go to a steakhouse. Steakhouse will have a piece of fish. They'll have lobster there. They'll have shrimp there. So if you want the beef, you could get one of them shits as your appetizer, or get a double entree of a surf and turf, and then you get the premium cut of beef that you really want. All right, this is beef over here. All right, I'm gonna look at you as ribeye. I'm gonna look at you as filet mignon, and I'm gonna look at this nigga right here as certified A5 a Wagyu, where I needed a real certification to be able to even order this shit. So at the end of the day, bro, it's what you dudes want at 54. It's what you dudes want. You dudes is talking about legacy. You dudes is talking about all of this. But why is this one guy over there not had a fight in a year? And then please don't come up and tell me, well, who has he been calling out? Well, if you look at UK channels, if you look at some of these Russian dudes that have channels here in America, he's been calling out everybody at 54. But like he said, when it comes down to it, you dudes get weird.
You get weird. You get the. It might be these young. Because I'm about to be 45. It might be these young cats, man. Like if a broad, like if you single and a broad call you and she say, "Listen, I'm at the room. I'm not going nowhere. I got it until I got this thing. It's Friday evening. I got this thing until Monday. I'm sending the Uber. Have you ever had ball flat? And you still on the phone? Like,
yeah,
you still on the phone? Like she saying, have you ever had ball flat?
And you still on the phone and be like,
you still on the phone? Like it's like these young, like no, she got to pull it out. Like she got to do everything. Like what else she got to do, bro? She said this is it's yours.
Yep.
Pound. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to feel my I don't want to feel my legs no more. You still on the phone, bro?
Yeah.
This new age, man. It's like they say they want stuff, but it's just mixed signals, man. It just mixed signals. I ain't gonna even be the dead horse. I'm just saying that it's a dude out there to where somebody going to cross that path. I don't think they're gonna make him retire. He going to get a fight. He gonna get a fight. It's probably gonna take somebody to go. He gonna go the distance with somebody, or he gonna probably not be up for it, or somebody gonna make him look human. Which I mean, he had a good performance against Tim Tszyu. Is he really the boogeyman or not? Like, do skills pay the bills or not? Like, if you in that weight class and he got a belt, and this man said, "Listen, I got blue balls. I can't. You know what I'm saying? I can't pay. You know what I'm saying?"
Yeah. I got a theory of what I think is going to happen and what they're going to try to do to Bakhram. It's the guilt by association thing. They're going to try to force him to fight Kelly, and then say, you know, when it comes down to him after Kelly and a lot of these guys are free, they're going to be like, yeah, but who is he for? He did that with Tim Tszyu, and then he fucked around and fought Josh Kelly. So. I mean, come on, bro. Like, there's nothing in that fight. And this is where people are just going to run with that talking point, automatically trying to keep him away from any of the champions, because you're going to try to force him to fight low competition so everyone can complain about it. And then you say, well, he ain't making no money. And then you give him a crazy low ball and say, well, he should have took it. And if he don't take it, you're going to say he ducked the fight. It's the most money. Look at who he's been fighting. But I think they might fuck around and find out that say, all right, we're going to send Bakhram a low ball, and Bakhram say, okay, I'll take the fight, because I know what happens after I beat your guy's ass. And that's just the way I kind of see it like that. They're going to fuck around and find out by thinking that they're gonna be able to do that bullshit, and one of those champs going to send them a low offer based on the fact he ain't get a lot of money for this Josh Kelly situation, and he gonna fuck around and say yeah,
he gonna have to call somebody bluff, or they're gonna make him move up
for sure. One or the other. I could see him moving up too. I could definitely see that as a reality.
Or they might see they're gonna probably mess around and allow Jamel Charlo to come back and go at him, which is like for the young boy. Like, that's why I say this new people like Tank. Like, see with Tank, right? We catch flack because you can't make him fight who you want, right? But then on the other end, where it's like everything is right for the taking and people are still unproven, it's like you can't make them do it either. It's like, well, he didn't. At least he got up to where he a commodity and he can pick, choose, and refuse. You look at the next guy like, well, what's your excuse? It's like, but that's standing on apply to you either, because we can't get you to fight nobody. We want to see you fight anyway, because it started becoming, oh, with my career and I'm gonna be strategic. Well, okay, well, stop putting yourself in that I'm the next pound for pound number one type, and I need to, like, nah, man, nah.
Yeah.
You touching 40 fights, you know, because ironically, this the thing. Lara is 42, getting ready to fight a dude 32. What, Bud's like 38, Boots is 28. I don't think that fight's gonna happen.
Which fight?
Bud and Boots. I don't think that's ever gonna happen.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, so why? I mean, but that's the whole thing. I'm just gonna say this name. It's like that's like crazy right now at this point in time. You got to do something. Like, you got to do something.
Boots need to find his Terrence Crawford, his Errol Spence. You feel what I'm saying? His Oscar De La Hoya. You know, his Canelo Alvarez. And right now, I think all the names that would actually fit the bill for something like that, for me, these names reside at 168 pounds. That's the Diego Pacheco's. That's the Oslo Iglesias. You feel what I'm saying? That's the Christian Membillis. That's the Lester Martinez. You feel what I'm saying? That's where your real smoke is, bro. If you're going to do this, bro, stop telling us what you want to do. You can be a multi-division champion. You feel what I'm saying? And then be undisputed at another weight class.
But I mean, cause look, Conor Ben, he going at it with Eubanks. Well, I mean, you could be spanking like you could go spank Eubanks. Like you could, I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know, man. There's a lot of options. And what I think, man, if you want to become the Brinks truck, because everybody want that spot that this one little dude got. As far as the bank and the money and the attention and the fame, like everybody want that spot, and it's a clear-cut path to do it. But you gotta go on your killing spree. Like, and what's gonna happen is it's gonna be somebody like Abdullah Mason. It's gonna be somebody like Brian. You see what happened with Brian Norman? How they was teasing him about how much money he wasn't getting and what he wasn't worth and what he wouldn't take. And look at his stock. His stock is rising. His stock is growing. Like if he go in here and he spark, especially if he spark Devin, like if he wipe Devin's memory bank, he clear out his motherfucking cash.
Oh, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. Like he gonna blow up. Like they gonna be like, Boots who? And then they because I've already heard it. Well, Brian Norman can move up, but that's the thing. Everybody can move up to go see Boots, but he don't want to fight the people that he say he do, but it's like, what are currently there?
It's like, why does everybody have to move up to fight Boots, but Boots won't fight the good guys that's already there? You feel what I'm saying? And here's what I'm saying. When I'm like, he needs to find his Crawford, his Canelo, he needs to find his adversary, the guy that we're looking at and saying, okay, if you go up there, you know, because there's nobody there that's going to be that at 54, really. People are saying Virgil Ortiz or whatever, but, you know, when you really look at it, has Virgil accomplished what Boots accomplished? No. Virgil is a big Latin name because they want to make that for him. But when I'm talking about a young guy that is a dangerous person, the fight that's really, really there. You feel what I'm saying? For me, it's these young guys that are at 68. If you're really that good, you can see a Hamza Shiraz. You can see the Diego Pacheco's. You could see all of these guys we've been talking about, the young lions that are at 168. and these are the guys you're gonna grow up with. Most of those dudes there, you feel what I'm saying? They're not really in your class. Like they're more younger than you than most of those guys at 54. So to try to attach your name to one of them is like, to me, it's like a little backwards. You know, the real smoke for me with Boots is really at 168, and I'm convinced of that because you volunteered for the sparring with Canelo. You called that man. You reached out to him. Whether you wanted that to be part of your repertoire of getting that work with Canelo to finish off Lima and say that was part of my statement, you feel what I'm saying? Okay, cool. I'll buy into that for 5 seconds. But after this, what are you really going to do? Because, yeah, Bakhram, you could fuck around and play the game with Virgil if you want to do Bakhram, then Virgil, and then shoot up and challenge one of the champions up at 160, snatch a belt there, and then say, yeah, right here is where I'm going to plant this flag for at least 6-7 years. I'm going to run 168 pounds. If you what they say you are, and you have all of this ability, like your daddy said, if Boots is who he say he is, he should get a lot of these guys out of there. He should get a lot of them out of there. And stylistically, do I think really, you know, at one point I may have thought that Virgil really had a chance against Boots. But when I look at these dudes and match them up athletically and stylistically, I just see Boots mopping the floor with Virgil. You're tailor-made for this dude. You're just a fucking Roman Villa with endurance. That's the way I kind of look at Virgil. I was never really too big on Virgil, but I respected what he brought to the game. I'm like, yeah, he is nice though. You feel what I'm saying? But against Boots, I was always...
I was rocking with Virgil before the inactivity though. But salute Irony Boxing. I know you up here, man. Salute, bro.
Oh, Irony, what's good, bro?
Great to see you all again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Awesome. I couldn't agree with you more what you just said about Virgil against Boots Ennis. I don't see Oscar agreeing to that unless the money is just too great to say no to.
Yeah.
If I'm Oscar, there's no way in hell that I'm sending Virgil to the slaughterhouse to Ennis. No way. I'm going after Fundora and Abbas Barao. Those are the two most winnable fights that you got at the division. In my opinion.
We asking for, you know, somebody fight the boogeyman of the division. Somebody fight
Bakhram.
That's what a lot of it is about. But I was saying, if Boots is really looking for his legacy, that these two names that are destined to clash and yada yada yada, where the buildup is real, where it's not like this person is not going to feed this person to this person. That type of fight exists at 168 for me for Boots.
So, okay, so who you think can give him, 168, man, do you see him going all the way up there?
Listen, he volunteered. He called Canelo using his family, whatever, and his brothers weigh more than him, and they used to be Canelo's sparring partner. He used that leverage to get some work with Canelo. If you could do that, and then when I looked at that picture of him and Canelo standing side by side, I'm like, whoa, this dude made Canelo look small.
But listen.
I think he could be up at 68.
Canelo is a small guy, though.
Look, but hold on. I don't want to interrupt you. I'm gonna let you keep cooking. But look at who they say he is. They say that he's the new Terrence Bud Crawford. What did Bud just do?
Right, but he did that at a certain point of his career, right? He already had how many undisputed?
But understand what I'm saying. You do not have to go chase the undisputed route like Bud Crawford did. There's greatness in many things that can happen. You feel what I'm saying? In this era, you could be the only guy to do 6 divisions. You feel what I'm saying? You're a 6 division champion. You unified in a couple of weight classes. Then you became undisputed, and this is your second ring belt. You feel what I'm saying? He can inherit what this division already has, what boxing has already set up. Boxing right now is thirsty for the new guy. They want to feed us certain guys and tell us these guys are the it quality, like they're telling us right now. That win over Lima, I saw like even Sean Porter. When I saw Sean Porter says he destroys Lima and puts the 154-pound division on notice, I said, okay, the commercialism is out. He's reached Coca-Cola. He is now Pepsi. He is now 7-Up. He's fucking, Starburst. He's it right now. He is what the media says is going to be the next thing. So if that is what they're touting about you, right? At 54, what do? You take out either one of the biggest names or one of the next biggest names, or you take out the biggest threat. The biggest threat as the unknown is Bakhram.
Right now I would say so. In a year it's probably Xander. But
yeah, Xander's the next young biggest threat. Like, I wouldn't even, if I was Boots, I'm not even talking about becoming undisputed at 54. I would seriously be talking about becoming undisputed at 68, where it's really more relevant.
But let me ask you this: would you do that jump right now? Because Boots Ennis is 28, man.
No. Understand what I said. This was the path I laid out. I said, fight Bakhram. If you want to spin around and then take a Boss Baru's belt, you can take his belt. Leave the rest of that division to Fundora and what's the name? So it's like I'm leaving that to you guys. I'm going up to 68 to challenge the winner of whoever Jennebeck is fighting, Jennebeck and Laura. You feel what I'm saying? Or I might take on Carlos Adames and then turn around and say, I'm gonna fight whoever wins that fight. I want to see you next. So then you go boom, boom. Then you go up to 68. You're acclimating yourself as a young 28-year-old. You're growing into. You're using your professional language. You're growing into the weight class you were always meant to be at. And to me, that's 168 pounds. So if he comes in there and he's been moving that weight up like that and been doing this thing like that, and then says, you know what, I want to go after Iglesias or even give me Membili or give me Lester Martinez, nobody's going to have an issue with that, because when you look at Lester Martinez's past performance, it was solid. Membili's performance, solid. We got some questions after that because
I'm not so sure about that, to be honest with you. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
But no. This is just my theory for how he gets up to 168. He may have a completely different path, but I think where his legacy finally is, to where he's in that class of guys that are around his age, and you guys can have rematches and then make that division into a glory division and shit like that. That shit lies at 168.
But
because half those young dudes at 160 is going to be at 68 anyway.
But what makes you so sure that that's at 168 and not 154? I mean, 154, everybody's saying that that's the hottest and deepest division in boxing. So wouldn't you want to focus on that task at hand first?
Okay, so at 54, all right? At 54, this whole show was predicated on why is everybody ducking Bakhram? So if the division is so deep, so blah, 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 then why are people ducking Bakhram? Why hasn't Bakhram gotten a fight in over a year? And it's not like he's been injured or just chose to be inactive. He's been very vocal. throughout this whole time. So the point is this: even though the division is deep, the division has no balls, and we're seeing that. So the division can be deep as fuck, but if ain't nobody got no balls to really jump out of plane and say, "Listen, listen, fellas, we good. I'm going to see Shorty up in a hotel room." It is what it is. We're just gonna have a bunch of really good fighters that are not really gonna face each other. And a lot of talking of doing this and doing that. Yeah, you was right in a position, but then you went over here and now that fight fell apart. Now you talking over here and over there and over there and over there. You feel me? It's like ping, 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 ricochet
That
rabbit
shit,
over there at 54.
that shit gonna look like 35 with Tank and Shakur and Loma and Keyshawn and all these motherfuckers. And then you got Abdullah behind him and Schofield. It's all these motherfuckers at 35. And then nobody want to fight. People getting contracts and they don't want to fight. I got family time. Oh man, I don't know, man. My hands hurt. Like it's like at 35.
Yeah,
It's you know what I'm saying? And this the other thing. They saying that he don't want to do it because of the rehydration. So I'm like, so you too big for the division already.
right. Exactly.
So you know what I'm saying? So it's like, come on, man. Can't have it both ways.
But
I mean,
that's-
definitely the Bakhram situation is something that it's pretty much a disgrace, to be honest with you. But if you're Boots, bro, see that as an opportunity, man. Okay, nobody want to fight you. Okay, let me get this belt, and just take it from there, man. Because especially if Barao and Sander unify, bro, I mean that's one less fight to become undisputed. I mean,
But
it's
let me
right
ask
there
you-
for the taking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Play in your plane. I'm
No,
sorry.
I mean it's right there for the taking, in my opinion, because I don't see anybody that can remotely mess with Boots. It's just that he also just got here. You know, I would like to see at least a year or a year and a half.
Too bad you believe more than he do though. Because if that's what I be trying to say. If it was like that, if the confidence was there, like the fans believe, or what they think they know based on the eye test, then he would exercise his dominance. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause think about it. Jamel Charlo unified the entire division, and 154 being a competitive division. He had his little bumps in the road with people that you were like, oh well, should he have been able to hang in there with him? I don't know. But it's looking like Boots is like the switchblade, the Swiss Army knife of boxing, where he could do everything and all of that. It's like, well, put it to the test. It's like, oh well, no, we gotta sharpen our blade over here. It's like, well, you almost got 40 fights, bro, and you ain't no spring chicken, bro. So it's like this is the state of boxing, man. In the long haul, this is the state of boxing. I mean, if fans, we like as fans, we've been beaten upside the head so much that we're just taking whatever they give us, man. We just happy with. We just happy. It's like, oh man, I don't know. I might get to see some boxing. It's like this guy won't fight that guy over there, and this guy say he the best thing since sliced bread, but you know what I'm saying, his hangnail, once he get surgery on his pinky toe, then you know what I'm saying, then he'll dip his feet in the water, and you know, a year later, come on, man.
Yeah, I equate the 54-pound division like the 140-pound division. Yes, it's deep, and if these guys mix it up on any given day, any of them can lose. And because they're so young, it would be a turnaround of great rematches and matches and shit like that, bringing us to yesteryear. But 54 isn't moving like that since Mel left. The last time 54 was really moving like that, people weren't really paying attention to the division, and that's when Mel was ruling it. That's because Canelo left, Demetrius Andrade left. You feel what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
And in that short era when everybody was at 54, that's when we thought it was gonna pop off, and then it just fizzled the fuck out. Like, what the fuck happened to 54? Now it has a name, and now it's got solid people that are looking to compete, but it doesn't seem that as though right now nobody really wants to compete with each other. If this Abbas Baru and Xander fight go through, okay, yeah, we're gonna get a unification. We're gonna get a unification. Abbas Baru, he's not been on my radar. I don't know too much about him besides some of the shorts I seen when it was when I heard that he beat Yoenis Tellus. I was a person that felt that Yoenis should have won that fight. I was shocked, like, oh shit.
I was too.
So at the end of the day, it's like, okay, I didn't. All right, let me really look at this Abbas Baru dude.
I think Yoenis Tellus, I think he didn't have, it looked like he didn't have many tools. Like he couldn't make no adjustments. He kept doing, it was like rinse, wash, repeat. Like he didn't have no other go-to. It was like he kind of got a little exposed. I'm like, well, where's your adjustment? Like you want to just keep doing the same thing? Like,
at all.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, and he came in, probably toted and fizzled out. I didn't hear you, Ari.
No, I mean you can tell like he ain't used to that pressure at all.
and I was happy they didn't rob him because it looked like they was going to try. I was like, man, I'm glad they got the decision right because I was nervous. I was like, they about to get this boy.
Man.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I went back to watch some of Abbas Baru's fights, man. Nah, he the goods, man. He the goods, man. He got skills.
No, but he's a relative serious unknown to
I get that part.
Yeah.
But I did watch some, like I said, I saw the fight with him and Jack Colque. He lost that by split decision. Personally, I thought he actually beat Jack Colque. I thought Jack Colque just got a hometown, decision pretty much. I mean, but at the end of the day, I thought he beat Jack Colque. And in his tell you I think he was too busy trying to showboat when he fought Baru and found out. He fucked around and found out, man, because Baru kept going to his body. Baru was going to his body. He like, hey, you do all that showboating. When he was going to his body, that shit paid off at the end. That's why
at the end, yep. Because it would have been another round, he might have stopped Buddy, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so
I gotta watch that fight again for sure.
So basically, what I'm saying is like, I just believe when you look at the makeup of 54, there's really nobody there that Boots can really build his name off of.
He can. If he go in there and let's say go undisputed like he claimed he was going to do at 147.
But who what I'm saying is like this. You tried to attach your name to a fighter that I don't think you within your camp and everyone knew you was never really going to get the fight, even when the dude turned around and tried to make the fights with you and shit like that, or talk to you about it. But what I'm saying is when Errol Spence was coming up, right, and he was coming up in the division, they was talking about Errol Spence versus either Pacquiao or either Keith Thurman. You feel what I'm saying? Those were the people that they're like, whoa, yeah. And those are two great, solid names. You feel what I'm saying? When I look at 54 right now and look at Jerron Boots Ennis, I can't give Sebastian Fundora that nod. And I can't give Virgil Ortiz that nod because he's yet to become a champion. When it comes down to Keith Thurman and Manny Pacquiao, those are the two dudes that had all the belts.
Well,
them two dudes.
Well, he might come. That dude
Pacquiao beat Keith Thurman for the belt. He ain't had all the belts. Like he beat Keith Thurman for the belt.
I believe Pacquiao had 2 belts and then he lost one of the belts. Or might have been stripped of one of the belts. Then he fought Keith Thurman and got that belt.
When he fought Keith Thurman, he was coming off him and Keith was both coming off layoffs.
And during
Remember,
that layoff, didn't Pacquiao get stripped?
no, Pacquiao lost to fucking the Australian dude for the
Jeff Horn?
WBO. Jeff Horn
Oh
beat
yeah,
him.
yeah. You're right. That's where he lost one of them. Yeah,
I got a scenario for you. How
I
about
forgot
this?
about that. Huh?
Because to be honest with you, I don't see. I got a scenario for you, right? So, because to be honest with you, I don't see any bigger fight outside of maybe Bud Crawford or Charlo. I don't see a bigger fight for Boots Ennis than Brian Norman Jr., right? And that's obviously if Brian Norman can get past Devin and all that. But just on the surface, if you're Boots Ennis, if that's still a possibility that Brian Norman moves up and all of that, and he gets through Devin and who knows what else at 47. Just do the work at 54, clean it up, and then get your Brian Norman Jr. fight. I mean, you know.
I mean that makes sense. I could rock with that, but yeah, I'm. And then, but what I'm saying is, okay, then what would be next?
I'm just saying, if he
Wherever.
clean out 154, you got to think Boots is from a bigger city, right? He got all the rappers and shit behind him. He could be all he got to do is handle his business at 154. You know, my thing is I don't usually go for the like you say
Hey, at 54 to become undisputed, man. I don't.
No, I'm saying, but because sometimes when people say their names, sometimes the names will be overrated, man. And here's the reason why, man. Rolly Romero is a name. He's a name, but do anybody really take him serious? Like,
I mean, he has been improving. I'll give Rolly the benefit of the doubt. He's been improving a lot under Ismael Salas.
Right, with the Ryan Garcia fight. Yeah, he did. But what I'm saying, remember, he got his ass, he really got his ass whooped by the old man. You know what I'm saying? Old man.
Absolutely. Yeah, Barroso, yeah, absolutely. I'm with you there. The Tony Wicks did that shit.
I got a question, Bo. I got a question, right? I got a question because it's almost like did Boots make a silent agreement with himself as to how big he wants to be? Because the issue is this. We just seen with Bud talented. You know what I'm saying? Was he managed? All of those what if questions, we don't know because we like in hindsight, people kicking Bob and Top Rank and all that in hindsight because of what Bud was able to do eventually. He just came out of his shell pretty much after Earl. And then that's when his trajectory kind of changed. And then with the Canelo victory, boom. But it's like kind of late. It's like he's 38. He's getting ready to be 40. Boots is 10 years younger. But his personality and how he go at things, he don't have that. It's not magnetic. It's like he's not fully comfortable yet. He can conquer the whole division. He'll have Puerto if he gets Xander before somebody else. He'll have Puerto Rican. If he get Virgil, he'll have the Mexican. If he get Bakhram, he'll have the Russians. If he get Abbas, he'll have the Germans. He'll be them pricked a little bit of every fan base. But on the outside, as far as being a star and how big he want to be, unless he opens up more, you know what I'm saying, and becomes a social butterfly, which at this age, maybe he is who he is. Maybe he just gonna be quiet. He might come out later on like Bud did, where like you'll see him fully immersed in the interviews and, you know, be whatever. You know what I'm saying? He is. But it's really on Boots and what he decides what he wants to do. Because what took Bud with the personality that Bud got and how, you know, opponents he had, it took dance partners to do it. If it's not a dance partner like Virgil, it might be the making of it, but they don't look at Virgil like he did the second coming of Roy Jones. They look at Boots like that. So he is that guy. So he has to either go prick all of these fan bases and then move up to where it's like, dang, the last time, man, he knocked Virgil out, you know what I'm saying, in the 4th, 5th round. Then he went over, he caught Abbas in the 7th round, sparked him cold. he sparked Xander in the second round. It's gonna have to be that kind of shit. But he been on the pot so long, people saying, all right, well, it's time to shit now. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's based on the decision that he made. Did he make a silent agreement that, hey, I don't even want to be that big? Because I think right now it's like people want him to be bigger than what I think he wants to be. Everything is right there.
Nah, I say this, man. I don't think the personality really has anything to do with it. I think if somebody want to market you, they're gonna market you. He comes from a big market in Philadelphia. He already got, like I said, he already got the rappers and everything else. Canelo, when he got marketed, he wasn't even talking shit like that. He just went in there respectful, and the fans just followed him because he just went in there and did his job. You know what I'm saying? So Boots coming from a big market, that can happen. Now he gotta fight the fights. He can't be, you know what I'm saying, taking these tune-up fights and shit. He gotta get in there and fight. If he handles business at 154, the fans are gonna rock with him. I mean, because just you know, like I just think that's how it goes. Because I seen plenty of great fighters, right? Don't matter the personality, these motherfuckers can't sell fly to shit. And then I seen people who could sell, you know what I'm saying, like crazy. They got a weak ass personality. So it really comes down to like where you come from, the market you come from, and how people want to market you. He signed with Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn gonna talk his shit, man. Eddie Hearn gonna boost you up the best way he can. Whether Eddie be lying or telling the truth, he gonna market the shit out of you. That's the one thing I do like about Eddie. He will market the hell out of you.
But let me say this to I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Where I would give pushback to what you're saying is in the space of, do you come off as genuine? See, when you look at how Eddie Hearn dealt with Anthony Joshua, young Anthony Joshua didn't give a fuck. That dude will get in your face and tell you, yo, listen, Mike, shut the fuck up. I'll fucking smash your fucking face right now. Shut the fuck up. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? I'm a fucking killer. AJ was like, yo, that nigga was rude.
Yo, I can't pull that accent off. Save my life, bro.
but then again, AJ come from a big ass market.
But what I'm saying is this. When AJ reached his super status, superstar status, where AJ was actually like the man in
right. You start feeling yourself.
He started feeling himself, and then he was coming across as disingenuous. Like, nigga, you don't even believe that shit, because now you want to talk like when you're asked a question, you got to ponder, and it's basically I was thinking boxing is really. It's like, nigga, we don't give a fuck about.
So I'm gonna give you a prime example, right? Devin Haney talks a lot of shit, right? To me, he comes across as a little bit fake, right? Now, I like Devin Haney as a boxer. I just think he doesn't really have his own personality. I think he's trying to do too much. And the motherfucker can't sell, man. He can't sell.
But what I'm saying with Devin is...
Despite the fights he's taking, Devin Haney taking tough fights, right? He still can't, he's not a draw.
What I'm saying about Devin Haney,
I think he gains a lot of fans, though. I'm gonna bring it to my comparison to full circle. When it comes to Devin Haney should have been who he was when he first came into boxing. He was the son of the rich guy with the big mouth. This is where people found him genuine. Then when he wanted to become, when he got a couple of millions and stuff like that, his pops maybe showed him some investments to really secure that money and shit like that, what a good father should do. He wanted to be, now I'm Dev Dollars. No, the fuck you're not.
Right, like to me, I just thought he was too busy.
That's when he became
trying to mimic Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, and that's when he completely became disingenuous, and that's where that side of who he was, I pulled away from, and I always debated what he can do in the ring, not his personality. That part, if somebody would have tried to check me on that, I'd have been like, I don't know. I don't think
but that's how I look at it. Despite the personality, he's still not a
you got to
draw.
come off as
He's not.
genuine. When you,
But I'm saying
hold
he's
on,
not
let
a
me,
draw. He's not a draw regardless.
yeah, but
That's
we're
what I'm
gonna
saying.
understand. You're gonna understand everything I'm saying. Like Boots is coming from a marketing city to whereas they're looking for a great fighter because they haven't had a great Philly fighter in a really long time. You can say Danny Garcia. You could try to talk about Blair Cobbs, but neither one of them carried. Neither one of them supported the name and certain things that the eye test qualities that Boots, for some reason, was able to generate without Eddie Hearn. You feel what I'm saying? So Boots at that particular point to his Philly people is a genuine dude. You could go walk down the streets and see Boots, and he'll give you a pound, dap you up, and be like, yeah, everything good. Yeah, I'll catch you. You feel what I'm saying? He's probably extremely genuine like that. You feel me? But once you get on the big stage, if that genuineness doesn't carry like a Brian Norman, he's got Atlanta behind him now, and Atlanta's like really attaching themselves to him. Look at Abdullah Mason. Both of those guys don't really talk a lot, but when they do talk, it's genuine, and this is why people are attracted to them and give them far less whatever than when it comes down to Boots. And with Brian Norman, it's either you love the kid or you hate the kid.
What I was getting at is that Boots.
You went out,
right?
Or hopefully,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
My only thing what I was getting at is that certain fighters, no matter their personality, doesn't matter. It ain't gonna affect whether they're gonna be a draw or not, man. Like now, if you a draw and you decide to be arrogant, even before if you was a draw already, that might boost it up. But I seen like Jamel Charlo is not a draw. He was undisputed. That nigga ain't even a draw. They ain't even put that motherfucker on the pound for pound list. And that dude was undisputed. See what I'm saying? Like my thing is and Jamel, he gonna talk, he gonna crash out and everything, and the nigga still can't sell. What I'm saying is Boots coming from a market, and right now to like a lot of people, Boots are like, he's like eye candy to these dudes, you know what I'm saying? Because of the flash and shit like that. They fall in love with that. And you from a big market in Philly, they gonna get behind you real quick. See, I think the difference, like, because I know they make the comparisons with Bud. See, a lot of people, they was rocking with Bud until we got to 147 and they slandered the shit out of his ass. And then he's coming from Nebraska. That's not a big market anyway.
But right. What I'm saying is this:
the Philly part. You think the Philly backing gonna keep him afloat?
Yeah, because he's a flashy guy and he's from Philly. He got all the rappers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Pumping him up like he done won the fucking Olympics and shit. They behind him strong. And all Boots got to do, to be honest with you, if he just go clean up 154, he be good. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, if he keep moving and fighting these Limas and fucking,
but where does he?
Nah, he's not gonna do that anymore.
Where does Boots? So. Where does Boots? What I'm saying, what I'm asking. This is the question I'm asking, and this is where most of my argument or my statements have been leaning towards. Where does Boots find his true legacy fight, his defining fight, the fight that says, this is you got this fight. You had Floyd versus Oscar, you had Canelo versus Floyd, or even Triple G or a couple of other guys and shit like that. You had Bivol versus Baturviev. You feel what I'm saying? You could even give Yard his props and say, yeah, he's got a Kovalev and he's got a Baturviev. You feel what I'm saying?
I would say Norman and Virgil. those two names to me will hold a lot of weight.
I just think you gotta let things play out because we don't know.
Yeah, that part too.
You know,
I
think only reason why right now people could say Virgil is because he's Mexican.
But what I'm saying to you is this. What I'm saying, let me just land it right here. What I'm saying is this: when it comes to what I'm saying, right? Yes, you can use that talking point, but at the end of the day, it's not. These guys are not at the level of when we're talking about Floyd versus Canelo versus Oscar. I mean, not Canelo versus Oscar. Floyd versus Oscar.
You might get that in like 2 or 3 years, though. He's 28.
But then who's that fighter?
It might be
Sander.
It might be Sander. It might be Janibek.
What you're missing is with these guys, it was already baked in. It was already baked in because these were the two guys who was going after it.
You can't say that, man, because Floyd and Oscar, that shit took years. You motherfuckers wasn't even, you know what I'm saying? That Oscar started boxing in 92, Floyd started boxing in 96, professional.
But we know the talent of Oscar De La Hoya.
But what I'm saying is,
Oscar De La Hoya, he wasn't
think about it.
With.
They didn't even fight each other until 2007.
Body always brings this up. Body, who was Floyd's breakout fight? I think people always said if he didn't fight this guy, he would have never got the Oscar fight and other shit like that. Oh, I cannot remember. Was it Diego Corrales? Was it? I would have to look at his resume for name recognition, but what I'm saying is this: like when you look at each one of these guys' career, they were kind of going after it. You feel what I'm saying? When you look at Boots, we're still asking for Boots for this real 50-50 fight. You feel what I'm saying? Virgil is not his real 50-50 fight. You feel what I'm saying? I don't even know if Bakhram is his real 50-50 fight because Bakhram is the guy that everybody's ducking at that division.
Okay,
you feel what I'm saying? I don't know if it's any of the champions that is his real 50-50 fight at that weight. But I could tell you this: at 68, him and Iglesias, that's a real 50-50 fight. That's telling me whether you're the good or not. Him against Diego Pacheco, a real 50-50 fight. That's gonna tell me whether you the goods or not. You feel
but we don't.
Let me tell you a couple of things. Let me tell you a couple of things. So number one, I don't think this should be a big concern at the moment. Right. Number two, the Floyd had his Ricky Hatton. Virgil is Boots Ricky Hatton. He's not the most skilled, but he has a huge fan base. And yes, exactly. And he like Virgil serves his purpose as an opponent. He does. Okay, I'm not a fan at all of Virgil Ortiz, but he does serve his purpose as an opponent.
I get that talking point. I could rock with you on the talking point because it's extremely plausible, but it's just not sitting right with me.
But why is this a big concern to you at the moment?
Because at the end of the day, where Boots is, and I'm always a guy that feels fighters should fight where they actually belong to really make the statements you want to make. If you're cutting down and then you're so concerned about, oh, I don't want to fight this guy because this IBF belt, then that you don't belong at 54. And to him to fight anybody at 54, knowing that you won't even go after the IBF dude because you can't handle that 10-pound rehydration, yet you told us that you felt super comfortable at 54. 54 is where you're supposed to be at, and blah, 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 and schmoozy, but you won't go after the guy because some of the fans are saying, and people are alluding to that, no, it's the IBF rehydration clause, 11 pounds. So then you don't fucking belong there. Take your fucking ass to where you really, really belong and then compete there. that's where I really give you respect. I'm not gonna give you respect at 54, no matter who the fuck you fight, because you have an issue with the 10-pound or 11-pound rehydration. Get the fuck out of here.
But he ain't the only one, AC. You just said everybody was ducking Bakhram, so they all got an issue with it.
Then some
Nah, I don't think that's for the weight though. That's not the IBF though.
Yeah, that's
bro.
not the only reason though. This dude is real dangerous. Also,
Yeah, and
but think about it. Virgil, same way. Virgil, they want to fight. He worried about the rehydration and shit. Fucking, they got other fighters there. I mean, they
but
probably
I called out the both. I called
That
out
shit
the
sound
other
good though, Bo. Why you letting everybody slide with that shit though, Bo?
I'm not letting everybody slide. I'm telling you, that's what they saying. Trust me, I believe they ducking and smoke. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying this is the excuse that they're using.
Yeah,
They
but
say-
they're for sure talking. That's textbook talking.
That's textbook. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I
no,
feel
I
that.
agree.
I
I
agree.
agree.
My raincoat.
with y'all.
You know what I'm saying? My umbrella and my raincoat. It's like, man.
Bro,
No,
you
I agree.
literally-
I don't disagree with y'all. I'm just saying they using that excuse like, the rehydration and shit.
Nah, not good enough to me. Not good enough. There's something more to this. Clearly, because there's no way that you get into a title eliminator and you win that title eliminator, and then you decide to fight somebody else that's not even a champion. And you're on record, bro. He's on record. I'm talking about Erickson Lubin, and by the way, I'm rooting for him against Virgil. But nevertheless, he's on record that when he fought Charlo, he wanted the quickest way to a title shot. So you're all about the title shot, right? So what are we doing here?
Exactly, and that's my and listen. Before you and Bo got up here, I made that statement because I was like, listen, this goes when I was talking about Boots and the IBF, whatever. I said, listen, this goes to Lubin and the other champions over there, especially Fundora and Xander Zayas. You two dudes got more write-ups, and people talk about you guys way more than they talk about this guy. He's accepting the fact that he'll be the B-side to damn near anybody he really wants to fight that has a big name. But yet, you guys are trying to tell us that, the guy who's willing to accept the B-side is calling everybody out. You feel what I'm saying? Is saying, yeah, I just got this IBF belt. Charlo had the IBF belt. People before Charlo had the IBF belt. Why is the IBF belt such a fucking plague right now? Between everybody at 54.
Right?
Yeah, all of a sudden that shit is like COVID. Niggas got to mask up and do all kind of weird shit.
Check this out. You do realize Bakhram was Charlo's mandatory for like 2 years, right? They was paying Bakhram step aside money the whole time and shit. They didn't want making the fight. They kept paying them step aside money. And now it could have been because Charlo was going for that undisputed or whatever, but Bakhram was waiting in the wings forever, bro.
Yeah, and he still is waiting in the
That's
wings. He got a belt, and he still is waiting in the ring, in the wings forever. So for me, I'm only saying it like this. I think I'm Boots doing what he's gonna do at 54. Cool. Do your thing at 54. If you can become undisputed before they drop, bodies speculation on what might go down, where we won't get an undisputed fight. If that can happen, you feel me, and that happens before that, he just outgrew the weight. He's a young guy type talk. You feel what I'm saying? Then okay.
I'll be right back, fellas. I'll be on mute for a minute.
Okay. So after that, what have you really told us? What have you really told us? You're going to save him for last, and then it's going to be an excuse of you can't make the weight no more. You got to move up.
Yeah.
So I mean, I look at it like this, man. These boxers know who's the who. You know what I'm saying? They be probably fooling the casual fans of who's who. So they try to map it out in a certain way, and where so they could get the media and social media on their side, be like, well, who's this guy? Nobody heard of him. You know what I'm saying? But these boxers know who they are. So that's what's wrong with boxing. I'm glad like somebody like Turkey just be calling out the bullshit, be like, yo, let's just make this fight happen. You know what I'm saying? Put them on the spot. And then if they turn it down, that's on them. You know what I'm saying? Like the
So,
whole shit with Boots, where they said he needed 2 tune-ups or some shit.
yeah. But people are giving
bro,
him a pass right now because for some reason he put the division on notice off a tune-up fight. He put
but
the division on notice, according to Mr. Sean Porter.
but look, this what I'm gonna say. What's gonna be so crazy is that I think that it's not gonna be any of them names above 54 or at 60 or 68. What's gonna happen is somebody we not even paying attention to that's either a welterweight right now or a 40 that's gonna go to welterweight is gonna jump up to 54. And because it happens, it's just like with Usyk. Usyk is a prime example where they were saying, because I have been saying it forever. I kept saying, man, I was like, man, heavyweights, it ain't nothing really going on, man. It's like it's just a weak era for the heavyweights. And oh, you just hate you, man. Give Deontay his respect. It's like, okay, I mean, it's respectable to do all them title offenses, but it's not like the heavyweight division of yesteryear. And it still might not be. It's getting real competitive. It's getting close. You know what I'm saying? It's getting kind of close. But Usyk, he jumped up there, and he been going through like a hot knife through butter, with the exception of the first Dubois fight. He jumped up there and took over. He corralled it. You know what I'm saying? He put everybody in their place and put everybody on notice. And now it's almost like he set order to it, and it's established to where he's the alpha up there. I think that's what's gonna happen at 54. Somebody gonna grab their nuts, somebody gonna grow into their own, and somebody like I'm saying this activity wise, like how Jihad jumped up to the weight class where he should be and start, you know what I'm saying, taking it on, and he's not on the radar, but it's gonna be somebody like that that's at the division fighting in the weight class to where, like, because think about it, Jamel Charlo campaigned at 54, and that's his weight class because that's almost like he don't get too much bigger. He ain't cutting all that weight. That's like, it's perfect for him because that's the weight class that he's supposed to be in. You know what I'm saying? And why he's not having, it's not like Earl or whatever, or he was saying he was down there and he was just cutting for so long, it just got so whatever. The people that's at their weight class fighting where they supposed to be, where they don't have to cut, and they at their optimum strength and size and all that, it's gonna be like that, I believe. And with these guys pussyfooting around, being strategic, somebody gonna come from behind, man. Take all the glory, man.
Yeah, it's right that many divisions are right for that guy. You feel me? And sometimes the guy that's right to do it, we're questioning because we're like, yeah, you young and you tall and skinny right now, but I don't think you going through crazy weight cuts, but you just so young that when that weight start to really hit you, you feel what I'm saying? With it may be a young Joseph Brown that be that guy that comes out and just start beating the shit out of everybody because he's a young dude, strong. He's got a solid background between two different sports, and I'm just saying, I'm just using him as an example. Not saying he's technically there yet to do all of that, but just a guy like that.
That.
Yeah, when you look at Mason at 35, Mason will fuck around and be at 40 and then just run that division for a hot second, and then jump up to 47 and be like, yeah, 47 was just a stomping ground. And guess what? Now I'm at 54.
Them Vargas, you got them Vargas boys, you got Mason. Sooner or later, them guys, when they start getting into their man strength, when they gotta go up and they gonna listen to their body, all of a sudden it's gonna be somebody that's used to being smaller, used to having to be sharper and faster with the power. Now they got their grown man body, and now they in your division, and you got to see them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's gonna happen, in my opinion.
Everybody, most of the dudes that we look at 54 are guys that are shrinking down to become 54. The guy that comes up and that's his division, That's the guy that beats the shit out of everybody that's coming down. That's gotta come down, lose the weight, make weight, and then rehydrate. You guys are gonna be prime suspect to be stopped by this dude because I don't have to do what you do. I'm in much better condition. If this is the best of your life, watch what the fuck I do to you.
Because guess what? Floyd and Canelo. When Floyd went up there, Floyd wasn't the biggest. Floyd was skilled, and he went up there. You know what I'm saying? He went up there, and it was somebody with skill that was happened to get in that division. Then people won't start moving out the way, or I'm just saying, be on the lookout for it because everybody pussyfooting around, man.
Yeah, these dudes just like I said, it's a deep division. It's a hell of a lot of talent at 54. But in this moment right now, if we're taking a snapshot of the division right now, the snapshot tells a fucked up picture that it's a bunch of naked niggas there that ain't got no balls. Castrated. For real, bro. It's like, nah, man, that shit don't look good. You feel what I'm saying? And you niggas go put on some shorts. For real. But that's all I'm saying is like, if the rumors are true and if the fight does manifest itself, cool. We got our first unification. Well, not our first, another unification in this division since Fundora unified. And prior to Fundora unifying, the last unification or undisputed was with Mel Charlo. You feel what I'm saying? Like 160 right now, people are like, whoa, 60 is moving now because, finally we're getting another unification between Jenna Beck and Laura.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that fight goes down and it gets across the line and we get to see people, walking in the ring and we hear the ding ding and we get to watch that fight. You feel what I'm saying? But when divisions slow down like that, then young lions have the ability to come up and just shake shit up. You know what I'm saying? So I hope Xander and what's the name can get it on. I'm still gonna call all of those so-called top level guys at 154. I'm not gonna give you guys a lot of respect because at the end of the day, there's one guy over there that none of y'all don't wanna see. You're making up all of these weird excuses, and you feel what I'm saying? I think it was Coach that put us on to that saying. If you can't make the weight, you don't belong in the division. But what was it that he said when he was up here? I don't remember that quote, or it might have been you, Body, that was alluding to that, like, on some real shit. If you're fucked up off of rehydration, then you definitely don't belong there. And I think that was more that definitely.
But I don't know because Coach is like a boost. I don't think he said that, but I don't know.
Think it was you. I think it was you that.
But yeah, because it might be somebody like Norman. I mean, he fuck around and be as skilled as people say Devin is. He fuck around and beat him, spark him out, and he continues to, especially if he comb through 47 right now and move up to 54. He would have the experience. He got the power, and he would have, done what he needed to do to go there. But if you had a division and you already talking about the weight and this and that ain't the right division for you. You know what I'm saying? Especially with once you start needing more than 10, 12, I would say 12 pounds. Because that's just 11, and you just got up there. So it's like you was really weight bullying. You was really weight bullying. If it's already too much for you to go, if you can't go, if you gotta allow yourself to get bigger than 165 fighting at 154 right now, and that was your first fight, that's a problem, bro.
Yeah.
That's a problem. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I start questioning how good you are, because it's always okay for people moving up for you, but it's never okay for you to move up or be on an equal playing field. It's like now it's like, and you the boxer, you the one getting hit in the head. I'm with it. I'm just a spectator right now. But when it's like that, where somebody always got to acquiesce to you, it's just like them trying to say, oh, well, if Norman want to go up there, it's like, yeah, but when it's his time to go up there, but not go up there just because you decide you want to move up and now you want to go. Like, no, that mean that you need advantages. That mean that you always, you gotta fight in your backyard. It gotta be at your weight. It's like, that's not pound for pound behavior. Like, it's not. So, I just think, man, somebody got to do justice by Bakhram, man. Somebody got to go through this guy, Josh Kelly. That's Tuesday, according to the article, and then L-Dub came in and said it. But about Tuesday, it's gonna be purse bid. I heard it was over. I heard that was off, but I don't know, man. So I think they got till Tuesday, and hopefully he'll make his defense. But I'm not looking for Kelly to do much. He might be able to take advantage of Bakhram being out for a year with the ring rust and all that, but
yeah,
the division is wide open as far as I'm concerned, man. It's ripe for the taking, and I don't think
it is.
So that's another dude who used to have a lot of hype around him because of the market, until he got sparked out by fucking Avanesian and shit.
Yeah.
Because remember, Josh Kelly came out, they used to love the Flash. Like, oh man, that dude's gonna be the next thing. He's slick, he's all that other stuff. He ran into fucking Avanesian stopped his ass. Ain't hear shit from that dude no more.
Lord forbid Karan decide he want to come up to 54 and Boots got to face him a third time. That might
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. I think Karen is a decent fighter, man.
He's a very good fighter.
I would still
very good fighter.
I would love to see Karan versus let me see Brian Norman clean up that division and then give me a Karan fight.
Yo, Karan,
I'm all for that, bro. I'm all for that.
But I think Karen gonna move up too. He look a little big too.
Yeah, he is kind of big.
Yeah, he just fought. He fought the same day that Woods did. But I agree. He's probably gonna move up.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I would still love to see that Karan versus Brian Norman. I think that would be the fight that, I mean, him sparking Dev is going to be something amazing. Let's just say.
You think he's going to knock out Dev?
Do I think he's going to knock out Dev? Honestly, yeah.
Oh my goodness,
man, that's bold, but I love it.
I think he is too. Hey, but Bo, what you think about this guy, Nicholas Flowers? You too, Irony Boxing. What you think about Nicholas Flowers?
He's the goods, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know I seen him fight, man. I just can't remember. I have to go back and watch it and shit.
He's fought on Pro Box a bunch of times. He was supposed to fight Pete Dobson. That didn't happen, and now he's fighting Tiger Johnson, right? So interesting fight, man. Like, Nicholas Flowers has a very unique style, in my opinion. He uses a ton of feints. He's unpredictable. He uses angles, and I just feel like sometimes he's not the most defensively responsible guy. So that could bring him trouble. Like, I don't want to say Nassim Hamed, but he ain't too far away from that style. So interesting fight, man. Tiger Johnson and Pete Dobson. Pete Dobson, I think he's maybe at the tail end of his career. Tiger Johnson, not so much. But Tiger Johnson tends to wane a little bit as the fight goes on. So, man, I don't know. I think that's a pretty good fight. I got it like a 60-40 for Floss.
See, now Floss can be at 54 in no time.
Yeah.
Because he's young.
Yeah.
Yeah, he young. You know what I'm saying? Like, so high volume puncher, rhythm
There,
guy.
there is
He
a
do have,
rivalry.
huh?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. I just want to say that there is a rivalry brewing between him and Dominican prospect Rohan Polanco.
Yeah.
Mm.
Cause but Polanco, he's supposed to be gunning for he's saying he wants some Brian Norman. I think I
Yeah,
like Polanco. AC bro, high on Polanco. We
Yeah.
both like Polanco. He to me, I think that he started head hunting too much. I think if he started going to the body more and be a little more patient, you know what I'm saying? And move a little bit more. I think he got to move a little bit more. Um, he got a lot of potential, man.
Yeah, like if he cleans up a lot of what he does, for me, I think he needs maybe one or two, possibly three fights before I would actually be good with him facing Brian Norman. Because Brian Norman has shown a different level. He's shown patience. He's shown
yes.
there's so many little tangibles that says these are all the makings of a great champion of what boxing is missing in a reigning champion.
Hey, I'm gonna say something unpopular, man. I'm not all the way sold on Brian Norman yet, man.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. I
Because
know a lot of people
I
who
see,
are not. It's like either you love him or hate him.
Me
no,
neither.
no,
To be honest with you, but I
I
do
don't
like.
I don't hate him. I just still see a lot of flaws that needs to get cleaned up. To be totally honest with you, like to me, I got Devin winning that fight, and
Okay.
I ain't got nothing against it, Brian
So,
Norman.
so
I
what do
just
you what are Devin's keys to victory? Just the
well, he has to box his ass. He get into the slugfest, and then it's all she
He
wrote.
needs to use the jab like not like that's pivotal for him in this fight.
Right.
Establish that jab, use those feet, and don't give this guy the chance to cut off the ring or sit on his punches. Otherwise,
see my keys for victory for Devin to win this fight is you have to throw the double and triple jab like you used to when you was training with Floyd. When you used to throw that double and triple jab and then swing it over at an angle and then shoot your power hand behind that, you look sharp as hell. When I look at the videos of how these guys been training, and there's one a couple of months ago for Brian Norman, and then there's another one I think for Dev maybe 3 months ago. I seen Dev throwing only one jab, and then he's throwing a couple of other punches. When I seen Brian Norman, the one of him hitting his heavy bag, he was throwing a double and triple jab and working behind that and using footwork angles. So I'm like, bro, everything this man does wrong gets him knocked out. And Dev, your best bet to beat this dude is you need the double and triple jab. Because once he catches your timing and be able to slip that, it's lights out.
Let me ask y'all something though. The ones that's not that big on Brian Norman, like did the senior and his talking online, did that have anything to do with y'all opinion?
No,
a little
not
bit, not so much, but I would say more so the Boca Chica fight and the what was the I'm not gonna remember the other one, but there's another one too.
Quentin Randall, the Quentin Randall fight, maybe.
yeah, that shit was
That's
that,
the one. Yeah.
that fight was trash too. Man,
Yeah,
I ain't worrying about the fault. Like I don't care about all the talking shit, man. I just see like a lot of flaws in Brian Norman's game. I think he's getting a little bit more hype than than what it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying?
but this
Like
this what I see.
oh, okay.
This what I see. This what I see. I do not think that Devin will fight any different than how he fought Jose Ramirez. I do not think. I don't buy into all of this. I'm confident. I just need to get my feet wet. Like the dude, because he's still making the same mistakes. Devin's still making the same mistakes from the Ryan fight. Jose Ramirez just couldn't capitalize on it. Now the stakes are bigger to where if this dude touch you, if you stay in there long enough to throw 2 or 3 punches and they not all accurate and you able to get that shit off and move, it's over, man. And this dude got 2 good hands now.
It's a big difference for me. Brian Norman ain't got no. He ain't punch as fast as fucking Ryan Garcia, man. Ryan Garcia got a quick ass left hook, bro.
For sure.
But no, not that. I'm saying with the way he ran. I'm saying with the way he ran with Jose Ramirez. That's after the. See, we see it got wiped off his record. It didn't get taken away from his mind, his psyche. So the way he fought Jose Ramirez, I do not see him fighting any different. He fighting that style like he did with Jose Ramirez. He can't win. The judges not gonna give him nothing like that. And him being confident enough to stand there more to those 2 or 3 punches with Brian Norman, he can't afford to miss.
Yeah, but I think if he go and box Brian Norman like how he did Regis Prograis, I think it'd be an easy night for Devin, man.
But it can't. But Bo, come on, Bo. The reach ain't the same. The height ain't the same. That Regis is a dwarf compared to Devin, bro. Like that reach and that height, that's not.
Yeah, Brian Norman ain't
different,
that
bro.
much shorter. And I'm gonna also say it like this because I think I brought it up. I brought it up because someone was asking me, did I believe it or not? I think it was when I was talking with Boom. I said, for me, after Devin Haney goes from his high guard and he goes to transition into his stance, his go-to boxing stance, which is like that the shoulder roll, the Philly shell type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Both of his hands actually come below his chin, and when you look at it, one is not on his chin and the other one doesn't cross his body. It's actually under his chin, more towards the center of his neck. And the other one is actually looking like it's at his elbow. So it's not a real Philly shell. If I'm doing film study, I'm telling Brian Norman, just attack him. Just make him go into his high guard, because when he comes out, he does a bounce that you can get that timing, and he goes into that lazy Philly shell where his face is entirely exposed. That's when you catch him. Boom! He's out. Because he does it over and over again. And the more and more I'm looking at this fight, and being a fan I am of Devin Haney, I'm like, I hope he's correcting that. I really hope he's correcting that, because you
can't correct that in one camp, though. That's what I'm saying.
That's my issue. That's why I'm telling people, as a Devin Haney fan, I'm seeing this dude get knocked the fuck out at least 10 different ways.
Man, y'all talking about what's his name keeping his hands up. I see the same thing with Brian Norman. He doesn't even keep his hands up when he be getting clipped, man.
But look, but Devin can't.
Derek Cuevas too, low key in that first round. By the way, I forgot about that. He got clipped by Cuevas too.
But look, Devin can't bust a grape, bro. Like this is what I'm thinking people don't realize. Devin was doing that to people that was shorter, with a shorter reach, and he had the size. Like now he up there with somebody. This the same shit I was saying when he came up against Ryan. I said now Ryan is just as tall and just as long, and he definitely got faster hands and more power. He's going up there with a dude to where that shit, I'm telling you, that's a false sense of confidence. That's like when you out there playing against JV too much, or you out there playing with the high school dude, and then you in college, but you keep playing with the high school. Like when they're smaller with the shorter reach, that can give you a false sense of confidence. That shit, and then people don't really want to understand it. I keep saying this. People don't hear me when I say this. There was a one-way rehydration clause against Regis. Like he came out and said it. Now he not gonna harp on him because Regis is a G. There was a one-way rehydration. We didn't never see Devin look like that. People like, ah, damn, he did that. He knocked Regis down and all that. It's like there was a one-way rehydration. And Regis is not, his arms ain't that long, and he ain't that tall. Devin was still, even though he moved up to 40, a disciplined Regis could, if he was disciplined and in the gym, if he had a nutritionist, he didn't have to be at 40. you know, it's going to show up, and you can't get away with the habits that you had because you was always fighting somebody that was shorter or smaller with a shorter reach. You can't just make up for those habits with one camp because you used to always having a reach advantage, meaning you can punch them as long as you can punch them and get out the way. You so big that they got to be in range. They got to hit you flush really to do damage, but you moving. Think about all the things that Lomachenko did, and that was just skill. Imagine
go ahead, my bad.
He not even the size. Like, this is what I'm saying. Listen, this is the last thing. When Devin is in range to hit Brian Norman, he's already in range to be hit. That's the same shit that happened with Ryan. That's what people don't really understand. Devin has never done that. And then he said, this is the first time Devin is fighting somebody that's younger than him, bro.
And let me put this dynamic in the heads of boxing fans, right? How did Devin really beat George Kambosos the first fight? He beat him through using his jab, footwork, and strategic clinch. Remember how many times he was warned about clinching in the first fight? And then even in the second fight, he was warned about clinching? You feel what I'm saying? Part of Devin's offense is the clinch. I clinch you up, tie you up, break your rhythm, push you back, try to hit you on my way out. You feel what I'm saying? Try to give you a 1-2 on your way out, or just catch you with a jab, and then I'm back in position to come back in and bang, 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 piece you up, or just shoot the jab at you all day. And then I'm gonna clinch you up the minute you get in close to me. Then I'm gonna try to turn you, and then boom, 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 boom. That's when you have the size advantage. That's when you have the strength advantage. People have always criticized the detractors of Devin Haney has always criticized him, like, yo, but your boy clinched way too fucking much for my liking, and the refs ain't taking the points away from him and shit like that. You know, some dudes was calling him Devin the Clinch Haney on some of the channels that I've been on. So this is what I'm saying. The minute you clinch with Brian Norman, that's where you're also vulnerable to get knocked the fuck out. Because at the end of the day, you're not as strong as Brian Norman. Look at what he did to your security. Look at how your security tried to manhandle this dude, and then look at that.
My thing is this though.
But understand, let me land the plane real quick. At the end of the day, when he goes to clinch with him, Brian Norman is just gonna separate that shit, and he can shoot a short uppercut, or he can shoot a hook, because your hands are down. You were trying to clinch me.
Right.
You're completely vulnerable.
I'm gonna be honest.
This is what you do.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't see that happening, man.
You don't see Devin Haney trying to clinch with Brian Norman.
No, I mean, you can say the clinch part, but I don't see Brian Norman breaking it up and shooting some shot. Man, Brian Norman couldn't even break up the clinches when he fought Quentin Randall, man. I mean, like, come on, bro. Like, I just think Devin will probably outbox him.
Is the Brian Norman? Hold on, let me ask you this question.
I didn't finish, man.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nah, I mean, I'm just saying. I just think Devin Haney, man. Look, we can make fun of him all we want, man. I just think he's a little bit more skilled than Brian Norman. Now, is it a potential that he could get knocked out? Yeah, it's a potential, but I just think, you know, I personally just think Devin Haney gonna win this fight, man. I mean, like I said, I could be wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but I see a lot of holes when it comes to Brian Norman. I like Brian Norman, but there's some holes you got to clean up as well.
It's a styles thing to me more than anything, you know. But listen, with all that being said, bro, I still see this as a 50-50 fight. I'm not gonna lie. Like I have a ton of respect for Brian Norman. You know, with all that being said, I mean, this dude is real dangerous. So, you know,
I've always said Devin Haney in this fight, the skills and certain attributes, you would check off a lot more boxes for Devin Haney than you would for Brian Norman. And for me,
I'm taking bets, by the way.
I've also said one of my biggest issues is when I look at Devin Haney, and I'm gonna ask you the question I wanted to ask you in a minute ago. When I look at Devin Haney, and I look at the Devin Haney that fought Regis before he got in there with Ryan, I seen a much more confident, believing in myself, or whatever, going into that fight. I even seen that
Yeah,
when he
still there?
decided to box Ryan.
I can't hear you guys.
It's your end. I can hear him. You
Oh,
must be
okay.
your end.
But basically, what I'm saying is, I even saw glimpses of that confident, super talented, super skilled fighter in Devin Haney when he started winning those rounds with Ryan, and then he went back to his corner. His corner told him to do something else. He comes back out trying to knock this man out, and it's like, that's not what you do. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm still a person who believes this about Devin Haney. If you go in there and you try to box Devin Haney, 9 times out of 10 you're going to lose to Devin Haney, or 9.5 times out of 10 you're going to lose to Devin Haney. He's just that good of a boxer. For me, Brian, when he chooses to box, that boxer of Devin Haney, I haven't seen that boxer in his last 3 fights. So that's a concern for me. Where is he at mentally? This guy completely believes in everything about himself. He's going in there with a level of confidence that, sometimes we've seen in boxing that the guy with the confidence and who really believes in himself beats the much more skilled fighter because he just has will and determination. He didn't come in there to lose. The other guy may say, I might lose.
Not for nothing, bro. I thought he won basically every round that he didn't get dropped in the Ryan fight.
Yeah, that's how I felt too.
That's how I felt too.
He out, despite those knockdowns, I thought he outboxed the shit out of him.
If you look at the whole of the fight,
I agree with
bro,
you. Yes.
he did his thing, man.
Yes, I agree with you. And those are all 10-8, all of those 10-8 rounds. So at the end of the day, for me, it's just like, okay, if you go in there and you choose to box this dude and stay disciplined and fight off your jab and throw a multiple jab and stuff like that, yeah, you can make this an easy night for yourself. But when you have to stop and put yourself into position to punch, that's when you're in position to be punched. And this is a different type of power that you're dealing with. This is not the same type of punch power and someone with punch placement that you're used to fighting. So I'm seriously concerned in this because I think the timing is all wrong. For me, as a heavy fan of yours, you haven't shown me that you're actually ready for this. I salute you for it. Your last fight didn't tell me you're prepared for this guy. You're mentally there to fight this guy. So I salute you for taking the fight. And if you win, bro, I'm going to eat all kind of humble pie on it because I'm like, bold to tell you, I've been on panels. It's just me against 9 people. And I'm the only person that's sticking up for Dev, making argument after argument. Like, I'm just not going to believe you when you're telling me that. No, that's not no. So when it comes down to shit like that, at the end of the day, for me to look at this fight and look at who my guy is and say, yeah, my guy's not going to win this fight, it's got to be something a little bit different that I see than maybe a lot of other people see that are not really sold on Brian Norman. I'm more sold on Brian Norman winning this fight than I am on Devin winning this fight. And people know my talking point about Brian Norman, let's say 6 months ago, this time last year. Nah, I wasn't a big fan of the dude. I'm like, I don't know what's really good with this kid. I think he's the lowest hanging fruit at 47. And then he shut me the fuck up consistently once he got his hand fixed.
The main reason why I think this is a 50-50 fight is because I don't think either man has fought a style similar to his opponent in this particular fight. That's what I would say. Like to as
No, I
conclusion.
Good
respect that.
point. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I can't deny that. You feel what I'm saying?
It is very interesting, bro. I'm not gonna lie, it's very interesting, bro. But
It's
like,
I could sit here and make the argument of it being a 50-50 fight. I can honestly do that
yep.
because I can see my keys to victory for Devin to win, but I don't know if he's actually that guy anymore.
Yeah.
That's the part that worries me as a fan of Devin Haney.
No, I mean, based on your last fight, I mean, I gotta give you that one for sure. I mean, I just I think that he got over the because otherwise he probably wouldn't have taken this fight to begin with, you know.
Irony. He had no choice, bro. I think I don't really think he had much of a choice, man. I mean, I think he might have been at the mercy of going up higher and fighting boots at that catch weight. You know what I'm saying?
But if you don't want to fight somebody, you don't fight them. You know what I'm
But
saying?
But you gotta think the way they did the promotions, though. I think they burnt a lot of bridges. Like, this is the chickens coming home to roost. It's like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And like, and to me, it's bittersweet to me because as much as I was always on the other side of Devin Haney, I kind of feel bad for him, man, because it's like I know he didn't want to take this. Like, this is a combination, I believe, of all the decisions that he made before this. All the bridges he burned, all the shit he was talking, all of the, where it was like, you flexed like you was independent, which was supposed to be a good thing, but you wasn't independent all that time, and you done burnt so much bridges. You done talked about Bob and them, you done talked about Eddie and them. Eddie is talking shit about Eddie. His own promoter said he don't like to get hit, bro. You can't get over that PTSD in one fight with that Jose Ramirez that they talked about was an alcoholic and stuff like that. Like, he was drinking and he wasn't the same guy. He was inactive too.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? He came off of a lot. Like, Arnold Barbosa just washed the man, and you fought him like that. Like,
and that's the guy I thought he was actually gonna. For me, as a fan of him, I was actually saying, listen, go after Barbosa. That's the smart move for you. Barbosa is turning out to be the lowest hanging fruit right now. Look at his. You feel what I'm saying? So go after Barbosa. Barbosa was just in a fight with Pacquiao, which most people arguably feel that Pacquiao won that fight.
No. Arnold Barbosa was Matteo.
Oh, no, not that Barbosa.
Yeah, no, you're
Barrios,
talking about Barrios.
Yeah, Barrios. My bad. Barrios. So basically, I thought Barrios was the fight for him to take. That's the smart move. That's the play I thought he was going to take. I was actually advocating for that play. To get yourself in, Barrios is not going to be a big threat to you, and all of this other stuff. And Barrios actually has the best resume at that division. So yeah, go after Barrios. You said nah. I'm going after the potential boogeyman. Okay, it is what it is, bro.
Thomas Hill, salute, man, salute, bro.
What's up, T Hill?
Thomas, you there?
Hey,
yeah, I'm here. I'm outside, so I got a lot of noise, but hell, I can talk. You just got to pardon the noise in the background. How you doing, my man?
Hey, before y'all begin, I just want to say, hey, I'm gonna fall out to the chat, man. I gotta get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta get off too. I appreciate you all.
All right,
yeah, for sure, man.
Oh damn, I just ran 2 people off. That's crazy.
I knew you were gonna say that. I appreciate it, bro.
That's crazy. But yeah, God, y'all have a good night, man. I know it's late where some of you guys are too, because hell, it's 9 o'clock where I am.
Good.
But I'll say this. I agree with a lot of things that you guys have said. I think one of the things that we're not looking at when it comes to him not being the same is his speech. Now, remember, he would talk and give interviews, be eloquent. No stutter.
You cut out.
I'm getting the call.
You cut out, Tommy. You there, Thomas? You cut out, man. Yeah, I don't know what happened, man. I'll hold it down till you get back, Thomas, but you had cut out, man. He's basically saying that his speech is different. Yeah, but I mean, I kind of feel sorry for Devin, man. I just think that they backs up against it. And outside of going back to doing club shows under their own little DHP banner, I think that they are up against it. You can tell by the way Eddie is talking. If there was no love lost and you did business the way most businesses should be, to where maybe we do a couple contracts, I fulfill my obligation, you fulfill your obligation, and we part ways in which we can potentially do business again. Like, it's no harm, no foul. It's just okay, if the shoe fits and it's a good fit for both of us, we'll go do business again. That's how you should leave. But when you burn bridges everywhere you go, and everybody you come in contact with is ugly, it's messy, it's nasty, you got, you know what I'm saying, you dropping, you're not throwing pebbles, you dropping boulders. I think that's a problem. Aaron Jones see it. I think that, yeah, man, that's what it came down to, man. That between that style, especially the way they fought that style, and then they up against it, man. You can't get over that PTSD, and then you was making the same mistakes in that Jose Ramirez fight. The same mistakes. A guy with that confidence, a guy that's looking at film, and his father. This is where people might not like seeing you getting online talking this spiel, but his father was a fighter. His father got him to the point to where he at, and his father watching film. They watching film. I mean, we could say what you want about the Quentin Rano, but he won that by a unanimous decision. And it wasn't close by the scorecard. So people had moments and all these mistakes, but I say this all the time, because people point this out with Tank all the time. They be pointing out all the flaws. It's one thing to be able to point out somebody's flaws. It's another thing to be able to capitalize on them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you can point out all them flaws with Brian Norman, but he know that shit. If I touch you right, and it's something about you being willing to exchange. And I used to say this about Earl. And this is something that people didn't know about Earl. I used to always say, listen, man, Earl, he's stubborn. He's gonna go to that body. He's gonna do body work. And I don't think Brian Norman go to the body. I'm not saying Brian Norman is like Earl, but what I'm saying is this: in this instance, this one instance, I used to always say that where people get in trouble with Earl Spence was in the exchange. You cannot exchange with that dude, not willingly and not frequently. The more frequent you exchange with him, up until he ran into Bud, the more frequent you had that exchange, you coming out with the bad end of the bargain on that. And I think that's what it is when it comes down to Brian Norman. You can try to box and stick and move, but once you start exchanging with that man, he's doing damage. You know what I'm saying? I think he's more of an impactful, more of a one-punch knockout guy, even more so than Earl. Because I'm not saying they're the same fighter. I'm not saying that at all. So don't take this and run with it in no kind of different direction. What I'm saying is, when it comes to exchanging with a dude like that, you cannot afford to exchange with him. And Devin has not gotten over that PTSD to where he's going to go in there. And this is why AC is saying he see him training, and he's doing these one punches, he is not going to be able to stay in that kitchen or stay in a range. Why? Because he's already at a 1 inch reach disadvantage. And they almost the same damn height. So it's like you not the shit you used to getting over with because you're taller and your arms are longer to where you got more wiggle room, like to make somebody miss and make them pay. You don't have none of that. You already at a disadvantage. As soon as you in range to hit me, I can already hit you before. When you're coming in, I can already hit you before you even get to me. So, what people saying, I think y'all reading into that one Bama over there and down there in Texas. You know what I'm saying, in his basement, and all the shit he be saying and all the shit he be talking because he be online like 7 hours. Y'all starting to believe that shit. You can't get over PTSD that fast.
Nah,
You can't overcome those physical disadvantages that you got. And now the chickens have come home to roost. You have a lot of pressure on you because if you go up in there and he knock all the marbles out your ass, what you gonna do? Where can you go? You prone to sue. This is bad. That's why I kind of feel bad. I'm like, man, that's why I call it the Ice Age, man. This is the beginning of the end. Unless Brian Norman crack like a motherfucking egg under pressure, like, and he just throw all the shit that he know, everything he been working for out the window, this shit is going to end very bad for Devin. It's not going to be too many people that's going to convince me otherwise. I'm taking bets.
Yeah,
I'm taking bets.
And I'm trying to let people know I truly been on panels and everyone's getting at me about Devin Haney. And I'm staying 10 toes down, saying what I'm saying about him, making a competent argument about him and stuff like that. And I'm just like, in this one, he doesn't win this fight. I just can't see, him pulling off the keys to victory that I got for him to win, because I don't see him fighting like that no more. He just doesn't fight like that. And I can go back to many fights where he does not fight like that anymore. You feel what I'm saying? I could go back to all the way back to when he fought Zora Abdullah, become the interim champ, or Loma's mandatory, however people want to say it. You feel what I'm saying? I don't remember if it was the interim belt. I think it was the interim belt. But the point I'm making is this. Since that fight, I have not seen Devin fight the way he fought prior to that, and using his double and triple jab and stuff like that. Just the same way people don't see Shakur fighting the way Shakur used to fight. Yes, they could say it's his hands or whatever, but he just doesn't fight the same as Shakur fought at 130 or 126. You feel what I'm saying?
They know they can't afford the higher they get up because they even used to having those advantages.
Exactly.
They know they can't afford to.
Exactly. So the point I'm making is he fights a more cautious style. You know what I'm saying? And it's been a more cautious style. Yes, the style is going to give him the victory, but it's just enough to give him the victory. With the exception of the Regis fight. He actually stepped to Regis in that fight. Maybe because he knew he had all of the advantages. But the point I'm making is this. In this fight right here, this young guy who's hungry, believes in himself, is looking at you as his key. When I walk through that Devin Haney door, I'm a star on the opposite side of that. No one can doubt me anymore. I've proven myself. I've proven my worth. That's how he looks at you, Devin Haney. That's how he looks at you. You are to Brian Norman a good fight, a great fighter. But how I view you, bottom line, your opportunity. And I just got to fight you. But your opportunity. You're the opportunity that me and my family been looking for. You're the opportunity my dad never had. Because he didn't get to fight a name like yours and get that type of recognition. So your opportunity. That's what you are, Dad. You think I'm gonna fuck that up? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I see one guy throwing double and triple jabs and looking the way you used to look. I'm looking at you looking like the less experienced guy when I'm watching you guys train. That's why I'm like, I just don't see any way my guy wins this fight.
Hey, AAC, I know uh, your background, man, and it's similar to my background, but like, you know how when there's some shit going on, right? You outside, there's some shit going on, or it's supposed to go down. When y'all get off the bus, it's supposed to go down, and you looking at your dog, and it's like everybody saying, "Oh man, yeah, you gonna beat the shit out of him, or whatever." And you done seen him, and you done seen the one who he's supposed to see when they get off the bus, and everybody is around saying, "Oh man, man, you about to beat the shit out of it," but you already kind of know based on the experience. And he like, yeah, but he don't show and exhibit the confidence. Like, it's false confidence. Like, that's what it's like. It's like,
Yeah.
you can encourage him all you want, you can build him up all you want. The fact of the matter is that the advantages that he's had damn near this whole time, he's not gonna have those. You cannot overcompensate for them disadvantages. This is not like for, because I think recency bias is one of them things. Like, people done seen Bud and the fact that he was pound for pound, and the cachet that Canelo had, and he was pound for pound. Like, this is like a skill set. Like, it's a different, two different sets of skills.
Yeah.
It's like he has never shown, oh, I could do this on the back foot. Oh, I could use lateral motion. Oh, this fight I'm gonna go forward. Oh, this one I'm gonna be a counter. Oh, this, he has not shown all of these different wrinkles. It's been, I'm bigger than you, I'm faster than you, my reach is longer than you, I've been more active than you, I'm catching you off of a loss, you just got stopped. Like this is a combination of all those things. I don't like doing this, but this is something that I've been looking at and examining for a long ass time. Like, you cannot compensate for the fact that when you fought Gamboa, you never even dropped him, and it was a clinch fest. And this man had came off of getting his ACL torn because Tank stopped him, but he tore his shit when Tank hit him. You fought him after that. You didn't fight Javier Fortuna when Javier Fortuna was hot. You fought Jojo Diaz when Jojo Diaz, like, he had it rough with Javier Fortuna, but you was supposed to be fighting Javier Fortuna. You waited him out. And you said you wasn't going to fight him because he had the little shoulder surgery thing going on. Like, you fought Loma after Tio had already beat him. You fought Kambosos, like, you did fight Kambosos, and that's cool. You went and did that twice. I give you that. But when you look at the height and the reach and his style, that style is the same thing we be saying about Boots. Tailor-made. So when it wasn't tailor-made, you didn't have the height, you didn't have the reach, you didn't have the size, you didn't have the activity, you couldn't muscle a strong arm, or you couldn't fight somebody that you fought off the clinch. Talking about Regis Prograis. You fought Regis Prograis after he fought Zarilla, who arguably beat him, because you saw things with Zarilla that you could mimic. And then you put the man on a one-way rehydration clause. There's nothing nobody can tell me about the lining up of this fight, saying that this fight was right and that he chose this because he wanted to. No, he got his ass backed off into a corner, and there's nowhere to run to, baby, nowhere to hide, because I've been saying this forever. When I mocked it and said Murderer's Row, because that dude, the commissioner of the Rainbow Coalition, kept putting out all this information talking about this man went through Murderer's Row. I said, Murderer's Row, I looked at it. You've had at least 7 years. You've been 7 years on average. You've been 7 years younger than everybody you fought. You've been taller with the longer reach, more active, and you fought him either coming off of a loss or a questionable performance. You cannot make up with that after you got your ass beat by somebody in Ryan Garcia, and just because you got it removed off of your record, you cannot remove that from your psyche. That's it. You know what I'm saying? You're not. That's why I say I'm taking bets like this, and I feel bad because I'm like, damn, this shit is going to end bad. It's going to end bad, bro.
Bro, me and you are on the same page 100% with this particular fight, bro. And I'm just like, yeah, this is like, I told you I'm gonna be watching this shit with my hand over my eyes and just just a little crack between my fingers, because I'm just like, I appreciate it. Well, why now? Why now, Dev? Dev, this makes no sense. This doesn't. You haven't shown, I guess, to like legit fans, not phonetic fans. You haven't shown us that you're there. You're mentally there. You haven't given us a fight that we can say, oh yeah, Dev is back. If Brian Norman want to fight him now, he'll beat the shit out of Brian Norman. Nah, you haven't done that. You know, so I'm being honest about it. I just don't see it. You know, and for me, most of the people that are leaning towards Devin, when you really listen to them, it's not because they're really telling you it's a skill set. It's because they don't really fuck with Brian Norman. I ain't really sold on this dude. I don't really fuck with him like that.
Exactly. Welcome back, Thomas. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. I got a call, so I phased out. But going on what you guys were talking about and what was just said right now, I'll say this. The speech pattern. Before, he didn't talk with a stutter. After that Ryan fight, he started stuttering. That's a lack of confidence. That's a worrying about how you looked. See, he's more so worried about how he looked. I don't know if you ever seen the sparring session. I mean, the interview that Floyd did after the infamous doghouse spar between him and Tank. Mm-hmm. The look on his face after that thing showed that, oh, he didn't whoop tail like they were on out there seeing it, but didn't nobody get evidence of it. So it's easy to spin that. All their career, they've been talking about how he been whooping people. He been sparring. He was whooping Floyd at 16, 15 or 17 or something like that. Nobody's touching him and all this other stuff. That fight, you know, he really realized that, yo, I'm not who I thought I was. You know what I'm saying? No, and I'm being honest, because a lot of people cage it by saying, yo, it was the Ostarine and the Nandrolone, right? Yo, I could take steroids and go out there and somebody could throw me some fastballs. More times than not, I'm going to strike out. I'm not about to park that outside the stadium. You got to have skill to do that. Now, if you got skill and you're good at hitting the bat and you take that ish, well, yeah, now from them pop fly home runs turn into line drive monster shots. But you got to have the skill to do it. And the thing is that Devin had a propensity to shrink down in the ring. He had a propensity to dip and roll to the right. Ironically, that's going right to the left hook, which was his greatest weapon. And when he did the jab, he didn't keep his brick hand up to protect in case something should come. He moves. He doesn't move his head while he moves back. All types of deals that, you know, was catered to what Ryan does well. But in that fight, he suffered a horrific knockdown. He got knocked down about like 6 or 7 times. They only counted 3 of them. But what happened after that, which was really what he was worried about, was how he got memed, he got demeaned, devalued, talked about. And I think that sat more so in his head than the performance, because hell, when you look at the knockdowns, most of the people get knocked down by them shots. They don't get up. Dev got his ass up. You know what I'm saying? And that's a testimony to his conditioning. You know, he be in prime shape, even though he, you know, for the most part, he been depleting himself at them lower weights. but that the conditioning helped him to get up. But he ain't never been rocked like that. So after that, the interviews he was doing, you hear he's doing stuff like that because he knows now people looking at me different. When he got in that ring, it was, I don't want that look no more. I don't want people memeing me. So he was afraid to get hit because he don't know if that's going to happen again. And Ramirez has been known to put butts on the canvas. So, you know, he bucked the training that he was getting. I mean, the advisement he was getting in the corner. Like they was telling him to step to him and shoot in between the shots. He wasn't doing it because, you know, his mind was still in 420 mode. And, you know, he went over there, sold that that was an exhibition fight for Tank. He's a C-level fighter and this and that. He can't touch me. He can't do nothing. And then, you know, it was the look. So all of that culminated to the performance we got in the ring versus Ramirez. Now, that being the case, I agree everything what you said. You don't know if his head is in the right space to fight the fight he needs to fight to beat this young buck who was looking to feast off of him because he's hungry. He's looking to make a name, something that, you know, he can build his career off of because he's hungry.
Exactly.
He's also, go ahead.
No, I was just saying exactly.
Oh, for sure. And then on top of that, many people, much like they do with Benavidez, say he doesn't have good feet. He has educated feet. It don't look pretty, but it's effective. And form always follows function. Hell, if this is function, though, don't care how it look as long as it gets the job done. Well, his feet are educated and they're functional. They get the job done. He sets his punches up well. He cuts the ring well. He can throw punches with either hand. He throws combinations and he can counter. Also, he can lead. He shoots that jab to control the opponent. He can corral folks when they're moving. He angles and then he uses with the direction you're going, he throws that punch. The dude is legit, and we know he's legit because Devin, Bill have been radio silent. Them ninjas have not said not one peep because they know this is a tough opponent, and they know, speaking to what you said, AC, they have lined his ass up because he has burned bridge after bridge after bridge.
Yeah, that was Body that said he burned the bridges.
Oh, my bad, Body. That was you. My bad. Bridge after bridge after bridge. But the fact that, you know, this isn't the fight they wanted. This is the fight that they could get because now they command a certain price. Nobody's paying prices for you because they don't believe you give them the show that they want. And on top of that, they don't even know if you're worthy because of their performance and then the subsequent actions after the performance against Ryan. So you now talk bad on some of your promoters, and shout out. Most of this is Bill, but you know it affects him. The sins of the father come back and get visited upon the children, right? So now he's got to deal with that, and it's unfortunate. So now he got no options. He got very little options. They didn't talk bad about Turkey. So now Turkey's like, I bet you want to fight? I'll pay you that money. But this is who you'll fight. You will fight him. And if he don't get the job done, you're going to fight him. And if he don't get the job done, you're going to fight him. But every one of these fights are going to be fights that he seemed to have struggled with. Because if you're going to get this money, you're going to damn near go through the gauntlet to get it. So you're right. He didn't want this fight. You're right. He wouldn't have chosen this fight, but he can no longer command what he used to command because of that performance and then how he moved after that. Not only with the legal battles, but also in the ring with Ramirez. So all of that points to, he might not be right mentally. And if he's not right mentally, then Dev's best weapon is now no longer is defunct. It's defunct. It can't. It's holstered. It
his
can't
best
help him.
weapon was his ring IQ and working
Exactly.
that.
Exactly.
Now you're in question because you may be in question after you feel a wind off of one of those punches, or one of those punches land on your arm or your shoulder.
Exactly.
And you're like, oh shit, this nigga hit hard.
Exactly. And then your mind now gets scattered. You go into scatterbrain mode. So now your best effective weapon, your IQ, where you thinking in the ring, you're not thinking about what you can do to set his ass up. You're thinking of what you can do to stop getting hit or avoid getting hit.
Yeah.
And in the process of doing that, you're wasting more physical exhaustion because you're mentally tired because you got to think all the goddamn time. That's
Yeah.
not Devin. Devin is free. So now, if Devin can come in with the conditioning and the execution that he had against Regis Prograis, the confidence, because the confidence is key, and then use the bag that he had against Antonio Moran. Oh, I don't see no problem with Devin going out there and boxing and running him around and running him into punches. But if he got any semblance of that dude that went into the ring with Ramirez,
See,
yeah, it's gonna be a tough night for Dev.
hey Thomas, this is an old school tactic that I would do to Devin Haney if I'm in Brian Norman's camp, right? I forgot which fighter it was who said it. Might have been Ken Norton or George Foreman, when they said, yeah, fighters that were much more skilled than me that I had to face and things like that I had a good possibility of losing because they were just more skilled, but I had the power. So what I would do is the first chance I got, no matter where the punch landed, I hit them within there all my might. Boom! This way, this just disrupted them so much that they just don't want to get hit by a shot like that, and their game plan is completely out the window. So for me, looking at something like that, yeah, I might test the waters with Dev. You feel what I'm saying? Punch you in your arm hard as hell and see what you do in the next couple of seconds. If you back up and then get on your bicycle, like mine ain't in it.
Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this thing right here, right? When he lost to Ryan, immediately he came out and they asked him. They said, "So, did the left?" I said, "They said, did the left hook surprise you?" He was like, "Yeah, it surprised me." I was just like, "Hold on, man. Most people already knew that that's Ryan's bread and butter." And see, this is an issue with having too many yes men around, to where what Mr. Gary Russell says is a Frankenstein. You had so many people in your corner telling you all these different things, and you never stuck. You burned bridges. They just burnt the bridge with Shane Mosley. They had a little riff with Shane Mosley about pay and whether they was gonna move forward. And Shane Mosley came on and said, "That's not what we worked on in camp." He said we did not train like that. He said Devin was doing his thing beforehand. He got in that ring and something happened, and Bill was like, he told him to do that. And so I say all of that to say this: when he let Ryan, now it wasn't just the left hook. It wasn't just the left hook. That's the lie, because the left side of his face was all fucked up too. It was right hands to set up the left hook. He just kept getting hit with that left hook. But the thing is, they do not, the IQ, that's been camouflaged by being bigger, longer, taller, stronger. That's been camouflaged.
I would agree.
So when you come out and say, yeah, the left hook surprised you, it's like, okay, going into that fight, you got to think about the confidence that they gave Devin, all that. They had him going out there saying Ryan's a C-level fighter and he this, because they saw what Tank did, who has a very underrated boxing IQ. People do not give that man the credit, and they thought that they was
extremely underrated
something like that to Ryan, where you know that's his best weapon, and you let him hit. Like anybody playing any kind of sports, it's like, you understand what it's the Belichick method. It's like the best thing that they can do, you take that away, that, or you aim to do that, or two or three of the things that they like to do. Oh, you're not going to do that. Like if somebody like to shoot threes, we are not letting them stay behind the line. Like we pull up, like they don't get no open shots. Like that's what you do. So for him to get hit with that left hook, that tells you everything you need to know. He went in there overconfident. So all these people talking about, oh man, yeah, Brian Norman, man, he ain't never fought nobody like you. He ain't never had no. It's like he gonna go in there too overconfident, especially from the things that they say, and it's gonna be the same shit. Brian Norman gonna hit him with the bread and butter, because you can't compensate. Like it's too late. You would have had to do, and this is what I'm trying to avoid. Make Boots avoid. by fighting all these people, even moving up or always having all these advantages. You cannot compensate for that overnight. You can have flashes of brilliance, but in one fight, you can't compensate for all of that and the PTSD and all of that. So Brian is gonna fuck him up with his bread and butter because they're gonna take him for granted, and he's gonna be too overconfident, and they don't have the corner behind them. Like they should have kept Mickey Bay. Like they should have kept Mickey Bay and had some continuity from camp to camp to camp to camp. You know, but they don't do that. They burn bridges, and now somebody else is trying to figure out what was happening and how to fix you. And now you're gonna try to go in there and do something else, and that's not gonna work because they don't know you, and you're gonna resort back to, as soon as you get hit in your face, you're gonna resort back to doing what the fuck you've been doing.
Yeah, like for me, here's the thing. I remember this debate. It was when Roy Jones and James Toney was getting ready to fight, right? Me and my uncles, my cousins, all of us were in debates. I was 100% James Toney. Like, nah, James Toney, that dude. Look, Roy nice and all of that, but he only rely on his athleticism, and let him try to do that chicken shit. James Toney just gonna go into that Philly shell, go right up under that shit and catch him, clap him with it. The problem was, what lost that fight for James Toney was simply arrogance. Arrogance. You were too arrogant. You were way too overconfident. And for me, being a Devin Haney fan, I'm starting to notice you're becoming more arrogant, and it's not good for who you are and the brand you are. You feel what I'm saying? Arrogance works when you have all the tools, when you can go uphill or you can go downhill at the same fucking speed. One is just applying the brakes and the other one is hitting the gas. But either way, you can still go up and down the hill at the same speed. So for me, where you are, you're way too inconsistent for me to think that you're gonna go up against this more consistent thing and then be able to overcome it or fight in the fashion that would take you through all 12 rounds. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be a 12-round fight, Devin. And you feel what I'm saying? And you have to be whatever Devin decides to show up for 12 rounds of that fight. Yeah, you may be ahead the first 4 or 5 rounds. People like, oh man, it looked like Dev about to run away with this shit. And then you get hit. Then that changes the whole game, because now you're going to get hit a lot. And I don't know if you recover. I'm not saying Brian Norman goes in there and he wins every round. I'm predicting you to win some rounds. I'm actually thinking you're going to take the majority of the first half of the fight. And then when we get into the second half of the fight, that's when it's just going to go downhill. Because now what's going on in the corners are going to matter. Who you got in your corner, who's more more consistent and who's more knowledgeable of what's going on. It's not going to be, oh, have you ever fought at this level? That bullshit is actually irrelevant to anything. That's like I'm going to see a boxing match and you asking me who the fuck won between the Jets and the Giants. I'm like, I don't know and I don't give a fuck. I'm more concerned about this goddamn boxing match I'm about to go see. Mm-hmm. Like, Google that shit, nigga. Like, the fuck wrong with you? You know, so when it comes down to that, I don't know where you are mentally from listening to what's being said. You ran out of options and this is your only option and you've been backed into this corner. Well, now it's time to change into an animal, because if you're a beast, then you know the worst thing in the world is to trap a beast in a corner. But at the end of the day, the beast that's trapping you in that corner is another fucking beast. That's stronger than you. I'm just gonna be honest and say it. Brian Norman Jr. is stronger than you. Right now, he's showing he's mentally stronger than you, and it's a given he's physically stronger than you. Skill wise, you might be the more skilled fighter, but you're not mentally strong. And a half-ass skilled fighter, I don't, mentally, a half-ass, mentally strong skilled fighter, I don't believe beats Brian Norman.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just being real about it. I've been shocking a lot of fans that know me and know my reputation with Devin Haney, and they're just like, get the fuck out of here. AC says, what? You got Brian Norman sleeping him? Yes. Not
Because
even a decision. Not a no, he's not. Brian Norman knows in this type of situation, the decision may be heavily leaning towards the A side.
But the biggest thing is he's being ill-advised. Like these people that run around think, oh man, he don't got no choice. He ain't never been in a ring with nothing. It's like, man, none of that shit even matters, bro. Like you are ill-advising Devin. And this is what I always said along the lines. I was like, all along the lines, I haven't always been a big Devin fan. Like I was like, okay, I respect the young man for getting his bread and this and this and that. I was like, but his fan base ill-advised him.
Yeah.
Like it's like giving you a false sense of confidence. I would never tell my son to go out there and do some shit that I know he can't do. Like I'll build him up and give him the confidence and let him know, okay, this is what you're good at. This is what the game plan is. This is what you can do. This is where you're weak at. But like going out there saying, oh no, man, if he hit you in the chin, you can't get knocked out if somebody hit you in the chin. It's like that's a lie.
Yeah.
Like Brian Norman, like, and they were out there talking about they're gonna tattoo Brian. My son is gonna tattoo your face, and I'm like, all this Debo Dev and that mindset. It's like it's one thing. Like it's like no, man. Yeah, like what you were like, you could tell from when they went to fight Brian. Just like Aaron Jones was saying, like when they was telling him he gonna go knock him out and he gonna go in the middle of the ring and he gonna. I'm like, that's not you. That's not even your identity. I always say, man, what is a villain without any weapons? Like you can't be a villain without the weapon. Like when they wanted him to go dark and be Dev Dollars and be this other persona, it's like no, bro. Like most villains, like when you look at a movie, the villains have the weapons, bro. You can't be a villain without the weapons. You the good guy. Like your whole imagery, like the way they promoted you. You could have been the guy, like you could have been the bougie guy. You could have been the oh yeah, this is what, like, yeah, I could show you that coming from a background where we wasn't never part of the streets and all, this is what you can become. Like we're the pristine athletes, we the clean cut, like, it's like, no, your whole imagery is wrong. You try to come off like you street, you're not. You try to come off like you a villain, you're not.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you the guy to where you run routes. Like if you was a wide receiver, you'd be the one to where your routes would be so clean and pristine that the DB would have to worry about covering every blade of grass out there in the field. That's you. You're not a Randy Moss. Like I can't just send you down. You're not a Shaq where I can send you down in the paint and toss you the rock in the paint. That's not you.
Yeah.
That's like having Steph Curry try to go down in the paint, Steph. Like, no, you on the outside. You a sharpshooter. You know what I'm saying? This is your boundaries. If they not up on you, you gonna shoot their lights out. Like, but his whole identity, his whole style, he's been ill-advised this whole time. And his fans are perhaps his worst enemy. And I've been sitting here watching it for years now. I'm like, yeah, this is the chickens coming home to roost. They trying to compensate for all this shit overnight in one fight with a dangerous ass dude, a young dude like this. And they still telling him, oh man, nah, he ain't got nothing on you. He can't see you. It's nothing. All right. We gonna see. But that's all I got, y'all.
Yeah, for sure. I was just gonna land it right
Hey,
there.
well. Let me say this too, because this also becomes a problem. Like in that fight with Ryan, Ryan wasn't very well trained. He wasn't very well conditioned. One thing I won't say very well trained, conditioned. I'll say he wasn't in the best of condition. But one thing that we noticed before they cut, remember they always go to the scenes before they come out when the other fight is on. They show what they're doing in the back, what they're working on. What they were working on in the back, Ryan Garcia and DJ was timing the jab with the check hook with the left. So while the right did a whole lot of damage because he's always been open to the right, if you go back and look at all of his fights, even Jojo Diaz was teeing off with him with the right. That left hook, that checked the jab, that beat the jab, it flipped the fight because they had nothing for that. They didn't have no way to adjust to the fact that, you know what, when I throw this jab, I might get hit with this motherfucker. And when I got hit, boy, you know, that boy, the first time it wobbled me and sent me back. The second time it dropped me. The third time it dropped me. And then everything else started dropping him at that point because he couldn't operate like he wanted to. In that fight, he won majority of the rounds. The rounds he lost was the rounds that he got knocked to the ground. Some of them rounds he got knocked to the ground, but they didn't call them knockdowns. So, you know, they don't count. But yeah, man, I think that if Dev is clear of mind and he fights his fight, like you said, he gotta be his identity. I just told Aaron in the chat, like, yo, how do you be somebody you're not? You can't go in the ring being something you're not and think that it's gonna yield results. You gotta be who you are, true to yourself. He is true to himself. He believes in himself. He got that confidence that he had against Regis Prograis, and he uses his skill set that he used against Moran. Yeah, he can do some things with.
You're asking that guy to be somebody that's long gone.
Yeah,
and that's for me the biggest issue. Devin for me, and you know, when. For me, his persona should have just always been, I'm a rich kid. I grew up with eating caviar and fucking bellinis and shit like that. By the time I was 17, my first car was a Porsche. So fucking what? I'll still beat your ass. Now you gonna get your ass beat by the rich kid. You feel what I'm saying? Now you're gonna get your ass beat by the rich kid, the kid that'll come there with the fucking Izod sweater and his collar popped up and the little shorts getting out the car with a white chick named Buffy. You feel what I'm saying? That would have been, people would have loved him. They'd have been like, look at they would have dubbed him Richie Rich or some shit like that.
DiBiase.
You feel what I'm saying? So
I do.
So at the end of the day, when you tried to tell us that I'm not the rich kid, I'm from the hood, I'm this and that, and it's just like, nah. But now that same perception is reality thing is now coming to full fledged when you get in there and you're gonna face a person like Brian Norman Jr. I'll still be a fan of yours and everything, but I hope that this loss will be the thing that turns you around and gets you back on track. Because with this type of thing, it's the type of loss that I believe that for your career and for you as a fighter, this is the type of loss you need. And you need it to this type of guy because you think he's not on your level. You think he's some poor Southern dude and all of this other weird shit. So yeah, that's where I land my plane.
Hey man, thanks for bringing me up, Bodywork. I appreciate the conversation, man. I hope the best for Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney. I hope it's a great fight, man, and I hope that he come in the ring free and clear of whatever the hell happened on 420 so that he can give us a performance of a lifetime. Hey man, great job, you guys. Have a blessed one.
All right, Thomas, appreciate you, man. But yeah, let me say this in closing, man. Y'all know who I think Devin, the persona that Devin should have had. You know how Emiliano Vargas come off?
Yeah.
That's how he should be. That's how, in hindsight, that's the kind of, see, the way he carried, like he got the suit. He come off like the prep, like almost like the preppy, the clean. Like you don't ever see, like he's always immaculately dressed. The way he carried, like that's the kind of way, you know what I'm saying, that persona or that image that he put out. He do an excellent job at branding. Like everything he do, it says like I'm first class. Like I'm, you know what I'm saying, not like, you know, he just like I'm rich, you know what I'm saying, I got it like that. It's tasteful, but it's like it's right on the edge.
He's on that Pitbull shit. Not Pitbull the boxer, Pitbull the musician.
Yeah. Like when he crossed over, when he crossed
over, he was all suits.
Yep. That's how it should have been, man. It's too late now, man. He you know, he is how he is. He wanted to get a watch. He want to do the grill. He think that is, you know, he want all of the things that he want to look and be all of the things that his father worked hard for him not to be, man.
Exactly.
So, but good cook as always, man. Good cook as always, man. I think we definitely put a lot out there for people to chew on. You know what I'm saying? You got anything you want to land with, bro?
Yeah, just listen. All you champs and all you big names at 54, this guy is willing to be the B-side to all you guys. If you guys ain't giving them no rhythm before the end of this year, listen, I'm gonna label a lot of you guys as fucking cowards. I'll still give you respect if you guys start mixing it up, but if he's still on the outside, I'm like, that shit is pathetic, bro. That is fucking pathetic. He called out all of y'all and none of y'all want to respond. That's fucking pathetic. And that's where I'll land my plane.
All right, AC, we'll wrap, bro.
For sure.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Yeah, man. Nice, good, lengthy show, man. We covered a lot of ground, man, and you know, Bakhram, man. I just wanted to, you know, I'm not just out here just putting out blanket statements, man. This is what he said. Everybody mentions me after their fight, but when it comes to business, they all disappear. And we showed that with receipts. We wasn't just shooting from the hip. We wasn't just plagiarizing. You know, we don't take things for face value. We did body work, and we showed and we demonstrated and we talked ad nauseum about how this man just want to get a fight. Well, it's your time, man. It's your time to shine. Whoever gonna step up to that plate, man, you could expose him if he ain't all of that. You know, but you're gonna let somebody come along, man. Somebody that just really want a shot. They want an opportunity. They believe in themselves. They gonna put their skills to the test. You know what I'm saying? They want to prove that they the baddest one. They in the mess hall with their chest out. Somebody gonna get that work, and it's gonna be a shame if y'all let what happened to Subriel Matias, what Liam Powell did to Subriel Matias, and how he got the luster, and then Richardson Hitchens got with Liam Powell, but they don't give him no credit for beating the man that beat the man. But that's what's gonna happen, man. You know what I'm saying? Bakhram is really looking like a real boogeyman out here in these streets, man. And that's a lot of glory, man. That somebody could be adding to their story, man. Anyways, this is Fruits and Veggies, Not That Reggie, that fact-based content, not opinion-based. Even though we have ours, all it takes for evil to prevail is for grown men and women to remain silent. So we speak to those things. Silence is consent is the motto of the channel. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to continue to say whatever is on our mind. Thanks for choosing Bodywork Boxing. Well, we don't take things for face value. We do that body work.
He didn't want to box. He wanted to actually prove that he could punch with you. He was like, what the fuck is this nigga, right? Oh, okay. You want to go to sleep. You tired.
Welcome to